After 13 years of marriage and 2 children, Jerry's substance abuse took its toll, and they divorced. How did you hear that Jerry passed away? My God, said that her father had died. How do you remember him alive and playing great altar? When we come back, talk about breathing. Volunteer. Your COVID and your vaccination. Make sure you're vaccinated and prepared to add rapid tests. And if you test positive, find a transportation room. We go straight to the farm. This is COVID.Maryland.gov. Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now, with special financing options. Use this again right now with 500 Toyota Finance Cash. Check out the 4 cars with a all-wheel drive and look 3.5% APR. This is all we're going to do and reserve yours today. Let's go. Detail. Hard work and pays close attention. Still wide red. I'm from Menen. As a leader in the Maryland Temple Assembly, I delivered tax relief for seniors and families, secured our pension fund, fought for public schools, and championed wrongs.
Okay, please sit forward and just full joy the first presentation on the coronation footage as developed by ourselves, gifted to us by the Smithsonian Institute, our institution, with our own edits and input from our honorable sister, Dr. Asantewa Opong, from the University of DePaul. Her voice you will hear during the narrative, but additional footage from the coronation and the legacy and work of Emperor Haile Selassie I across Africa and the Caribbean will also be part of this footage. Full joy, and we'll reason on the other side of about 30 minutes or so. Give thanks.
As someone living with type 2 diabetes, I'm going to keep it real and talk about some risks. With type 2 diabetes, you have up to 4 times greater risk of stroke, heart attack, or death. Even at your A1C low, you're still at risk.
Rastafari, God Almighty, with no apology. You know, I'm not most of a boasting, but so proud to know that God black. You know, just that, we don't feel brave to know that God black. And we black people, the suffering people, the first shall be the last, and the last first. But I say, though we are the sufferers, today, God black, so we will become a good people.
On October 21st, 1930, the arrival of the United States delegation, including Herman Murray Jacoby, William Wright Harts, and Charles Lee Cook of the U.S. Department of State, attended by full military honors. Herman Jacoby, special envoy of President Herbert Hoover, addresses Negus Tafari with formal salutations from the U.S. President. Negus Tafari reciprocates in Amharic to the special U.S. envoy. Jacoby introduces William Wright Harts and Charles Cook to Negus Tafari.
Finally, today you heard the expression sharing is caring. Maybe it's
This trick-or-treater reads the sign posted on the front door.
Rasses and thousands of their supporters continue to march into Addis Ababa from the countryside.
Oh my goodness. We were watching.
Herman Jacoby and General Harts descend the palace staircase to an awaiting automobile. Envoy Jacoby and General Harts enter the automobile with their princely Ethiopian attendants. The Negus attended to the most important foreign delegations with a personal visit prior to the coronation ceremony. Here he arrives in his automobile to visit the American mission and Special Envoy Jacoby. General Harts converses with 14-year-old Crown Prince Asfaw. Negus Tafari and his retinue part from their visit with the U.S. envoy. Arrival of the British Special Mission. Midday on October 28, 1930, following a 2-day journey from Djibouti, a train carrying the British Special Mission arrives. The Duke of Gloucester, third son of George V, followed by Admiral Fullerton, disembark the train, and they are met personally by Negus Tafari. With all international guests present, Negus Tafari performs a quintessentially African act, that of honoring his ancestor. He unveils the newly erected statue of Emperor Menelik II, his predecessor, his mentor, and a father figure. Negus Tafari is also alerting the world that he intends to stand for the values of national unity and national sovereignty as put forward by Menelik II. After all, his coronation is at the Church of St. George. St. George is the warrior saint, and the church was built to honor the victory at the Battle of Adwa. Inside St. George's Cathedral, we notice a four-post pavilion encapsulating the thrones of Emperor and Empress. More than 700 international guests and officials are in attendance. Negus Tafari and his queen emerge from the innermost sanctuary of the cathedral after breaking a night-long fasting and prayer vigil. Officiating the ceremony are Archbishop Kyrillos, Abuna Yeshak of northern Ethiopia, Abuna Sawiros of southern Ethiopia, Abuna Mikhael of central Ethiopia, Abuna Abraham of western Ethiopia, Abuna Petros of eastern Ethiopia. During the ceremony, Negus Tafari receives the 7 symbols of ancient Cushitic world authority. All symbols have been blessed by the Archbishop Kyrillos. Abuna Yeshak presents Negus Tafari with a scarlet and gold robe. Abuna Sawiros presents a gold and jewel encrusted sword. Abuna Mikhael presents the imperial scepter, fulfilling the biblical text Genesis 49:10, which states, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the lawgiver from between his feet," literally his loins, until Shiloh comes, "and the obedience of all nations of the world shall be his." Abuna Mikhael presents the golden orb with cross. Abuna Abraham and Abuna Petros approach with a diamond-encrusted ring and 2 golden lances. Archbishop Kyrillos approaches with the gold triple crown. He anoints the head, shoulder, and heart of Negus Tafari while reciting these words, "O thou devoted Lord, we beseech you to bless this crown, just as thou crownest thy servant, our Emperor Haile Selassie I, with this crown of pure gold, so crown him also with the quality of mercy."
Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is earth's rightful.
Negus Tafari is now the power of the Trinity. His Imperial Majesty, Kidamawe Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Itegi Woleti Georgis is now crowned. Abuna Sawiros places a diamond ring on her finger. 2 senior priests present her crown to the newly crowned emperor for his blessings. Her crown is then put on her head by Archbishop Kyrillos. This is the newly crowned Empress Menen. The women of Ethiopia rejoiced at her crowning. Ulating, shaking the sistrum, and chanting the words, "Wearing her crown she walks. Wearing her crown, she walks. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen Asfaw, enters the carriage. With scepter and crown, Emperor Haile Selassie I enters the carriage to join Empress Menen.
Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is Earth's rightful ruler. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is Earth's rightful ruler. I am named David, from the line of Solomon. In judgment, curse more fire and burn down Babylon. The mountains quake before him. Jah up his way in the whirlwind. Jah up his way in the storm to keep Babylon calm. Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty Father. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty.
Perhaps the splendor of 1930 can only really be artistically appreciated by viewing footage shot 25 years later at the 25th anniversary of the royal couple on the throne. Now, colored footage is available and the camera resolution is clearer. The red, gold, and green delights the eye. Their Majesties attend a church service for blessings. And then they take a carriage tour of Addis Ababa, where joyful citizens salute them. Here we catch a timeless glimpse of their majesties' smiling faces.
The emperor's first order of business was to create an educated class of young people who could power his country forward with their intelligence and ability to adapt to new ideas in a rapidly developing world. He started with 2 schools, one for secondary students and one for university pupils.
He made education his priority. As a matter of fact, for many, many years, he could not trust anybody else. He himself was Minister of Education. For many years. He took it in, I tell you, this is why I used to come in every boarding school. He was like our father, bring fruits and so on.
እና በትምህርት በኩል በተለይም ራሳቸው ከ20 ዓመታት በላይ የትምህርት ሚኒስትርነቱን ስልጣን ይዘው አገሩን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ትምህርት ሚኒስቴርን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ብዙ የትምህርት ወጣቶች አፍርተዋል።
Today there are hundreds of secondary schools throughout the nation and over 150 colleges or universities.
So this was really something that in different subjects he was always interested in seeing and helping people and education and so on. He was the Minister of Education himself to educate all of us actually, to bring us to this level, unless we forget whatever he has done. So they are his products, I would say.
From 1855 up to 1974, yes? This is the modern history of Ethiopia. Is that clear?
Haile Selassie's crusade to create a brilliant team of young achievers helped steer his nation to where it is now.
Modern education is his legacy. The other thing is that not just education, but excellence in education.
He quickly grew local educators to replace foreigners. And here was a place to start his Pan-African leadership. In 1958, he invited 200 African students to Ethiopia to study at Haile Selassie University, now called Addis Ababa University. He wished to transfer his dream of modern education to the rest of Africa, but he also saw the need to engage others to promote Ethiopia's role on the continent. By bringing European diplomats, scholars and tourists to Ethiopia, he also saw a way to increase his countrymen's exposure to new ideas and develop international trade partners. But he needed to make sure they appreciated his nation.
This is your first ambassador in Ethiopia.
So he turned to some of the young Ethiopians he was building his contemporary society on, including Habte Selassie Tafese.
Oh, I could see him any day. He was very kind with me.
The emperor sent him off to Germany on Ethiopian Airlines' first flight there. He came back with some ideas on tourism.
That was the first inaugural flight, Ethiopian Airlines to Frankfurt. Big deal. And in the process, the Germans were talking about tourism.
The emperor instructed him to get a tourism operation going.
The emperor called me. He said, you have to do this job. I said, Your Majesty, I know nothing about this job. He told me, try.
that reward, I remember, tray. It's like an order. Camouflaged order. So I said, okay.
Haile Selassie was always helpful in the efforts to impress foreigners, dignitaries, or ordinary tourists.
If I go there, I tell him I have tourists, he said, bring them. I bring 10, 50, 30 tourists to him. He orders champagne, he orders tej, he gives them to drink. They take a picture together, take a picture with the same lion, and visit. He allowed us to visit the palace here in front. Tourists went, took pictures, went around, look around, even his bedroom.
ታውሳለሁ ይሄ ፍንጫ ወለጋ ያለው እሱ በሚሰራበት ጊዜ ከዓለም ባንክ 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቀደ 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቅዶ ይሄን እንድናሳልፍ መጀመሪያ ብድር ሲመጣ መመሪያ ነው የሚቀርበው የህዝብ እንደራሴዎች ነው የምንቀርበው መወሰኛም አይቀርብም ቀረበልን ሲቀርብ ምን የሚሉ ጃንሆይ ጠላቶች እኮ ዛን እዚህ ኳሉ በእሳቸው በዘመን የእሳቸው ሽማምንቶች እሳቸው ይሾሟቸው እኔ አሁን አንዱ ባለስልጣን መጥቶ አነጋግሮኛል ይሄ ገንዘብ ተግባር ላይ አይውልም ጃንሆይ ከሚኒስትሮቻቸው ጋር ተካፍለው ነው የሚበሉት አትቀበሉት ብሎ መጥተው ለልፍለት እየመጡ ነገሩና እኛ ገና ህባል ሀገር ተመርጠን የመጣንን ሁሉ ነገር ያበረግገናል ጠለቅ ብለን አላወቅንም እውነት መስሎን አንቀበለው ማለት አንቀበለው ሲል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩን ወክሎ አስረጅው ነው የመጣው ታደሰ ያይቆ ይባላል አረየቶቼ እንደዚህ አይደለም ይሄ እኮ ለሀገር የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው ይሄ እኮ ለህዝብ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው ይሄ እኮ ለኢትዮጵያ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው እንዴት እንደው ዝም ብላችሁ እንደው ባንድ ጊዜ ጠለቅ ብላችሁ ነገሩን ሳትመረምሩ ይሄንን ብድር ለማግኘት እኮ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ድካም አድርጋለች ስንት ለፍታበታለች ስንት ጊዜ ተነጋግራበታለች ይሄን ለማስፈቀድ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ወጪ አድርጋ ሰራተኞቿን እየላከች ሚኒስትሮቹን እየላከች በብዙ ድካም የተገኘ ነው ባካችሁ በጥንቃቄ ተመልከቱ ጥሎ ለመኑና አይደረግም አለ ማንንም መለስ መሆናቸውን ካወቁ በኋላ ለጃንሆይ ነግረው ደብዳቤ ተጽፎ መጣለን ደብዳቤው ምንድነው የሚለው ይሄን ነገር ለማግኘት በብዙ ድካም ያደረገው የተገኘ ነው በብዙ ልፋት የተገኘ ለሀገር ጠቃሚ ነውና አስቡበት እንደገና እስቲ እዩት ብቻናት የምትለው እኔ ተናግሬያለሁ ዛን ቀን በፓርላማው ቆሜ 250 ነን ፓርላማው ከኢትዮጵያ የተመረጥ ነው እስቲ ይሄንን ምክንያት አድርገን ወሬ ሰምተን አንቀበልም ከምንል ጃንሆይ በድል አድራጊነት ከመጡ ጀምሮ እስካሁን ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ተበድራለች የተበደረቱን ገንዘብ ያምጡልን ያ ገንዘብ ደግሞ ከምን ተግባር እንደዋለ ደግሞ እንጠይቃለን መጀመሪያ ብድሩ ሲምጣልን ብለን ሐሳብ አቀረብኩ ብዙዎችም ደጋፊ አገኘው በድምጽ ብልጫ አለፈ በሰራት ቀን ሰርተው አመጡ የኢትዮጵያ በጀት ታውቃለህ የዛነዚህ 300 ሚሊዮን የነበረ ባለሳሳት ወደ 750 ሚሊዮን እንደዚህ ብድር የተበደረው ያንን ስናይ ደግሞ አሁን ህዝቡ ደግሞ እሪ ያለ ይሄ ገንዘብ ምን ገባ ጃንሆይ ጠሩና ሄርን በሙሉ የእናንተ ጥያቄ ትክክል ነው በሉ አሁን በመንግስት ኪሳራ በአይሮፕላን ቢከበት በአይሮፕላን በመርከብ ቢበት በመርከብ በመኪና እናንተ ተከፋፈሉና ይሄን ብድር በተመለከተ ትምህርት ቤት የተሰራበትን ሆስፒታል የተሰራበትን ተዘርዝሮ ይሰጣችሁና ሄዳችሁ እዩ ሄዳችሁ ተመልከቱ የተሰራው ሁሉ ሄዳችሁ እዩ አሉና አዘዙ ስንለያይ እዚህ ስንሄድ በሐኪም ቤቱ ስንት ክፍል እንደተሰራ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደተቀጠረ በትምህርት ቤቱ ስንት ተማሪ እንደያዘ ስንት ክፍል እንዳያለ በፋብሪካ ቤቱ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደያዘ ስንት ገንዘብ እንደወጣበት ይሄን ሁሉ ለቅመና አመተን ገንዘቡ ይወጣውንም ያለውንም ሰራተኛ የተቀጠረው ስናይ እንዲያውም ያን ገንዘብ አልበቃ ብሎ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት የተሟላ እንኳን ሊበላ እንኳን ያን ብድር የመጣውን ሊበላ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እየደጎመ ያሰራውን ሁሉ በሂሳብ አመጣ ነው ሂደን ከይቅርታ ጋር ተቀበለናል አላቸው
After Ethiopia suffered at the hands of the Italian Air Force during the 1930s occupation, one might guess that the emperor might have wanted one of his own for defensive purposes. But he started Ethiopian Airlines for different reasons. Number one was to connect his own country, which has very difficult terrain to cross.
See, this is where I really caught the emperor's wisdom. after independence, he really wanted to modernize this country, this nation. And all the provinces were far apart. And he knew the only way to connect these provinces will not be possible by road because of the mountains and the terrain, it would be damn expensive. So he chose airplanes, and that succeeded.
He also saw the airline as a way to link Africa with Ethiopia as its center.
ጃንሆይም በስልጣን በነበሩበት ዘመን ለዚህ ለኢትዮጵያ አየር መንገድ ልዩ ትኩረት ሰጥተው ልዩ ክትትል ያረጉ በየጊዜው የሚለማበትንና የሚሻሻልበትን መንገድ ከፍተውለታል.
And that really put the nation together. You know? And gradually, we wanted to extend this to the rest of Africa. And also, we were very, very sure in the planning that since we are far apart from the rest of the world, we have to be independent. So we started our maintenance right away.
While the early days at Ethiopian Airlines were tough financially, the effort paid off in more ways than one.
The OA was started. There was no other flight than us connecting the nation. And I remember, I forgot the date now, IATA came up. But before IATA, every airline used to pay the tickets he wants to sell, for whatever price he wants to quote. Then IATA came, prices were regulated. All major airlines of the world were broke. Ethiopian Airlines made money.
In 2012, the company made a profit of $42 million US. Connected to the rest of the world and Africa by air, Haile Selassie now became Africa's biggest champion, uniting the continent through the Organization of African Unity, or OAU. He wanted to move the continent forward in terms of trade and security to help everyone progress. He saw an opportunity to lead a post-colonial Africa from Addis Ababa, to show them how a modern, independent African nation could achieve great things.
Ethiopia has never been occupied, by the way. For 5 years, Italians say were their colonies, but they were able to monitor only the towns. All the other countryside was controlled by the freedom fighters, Arbenyot you call them. And because of that, because our independence for centuries, we felt responsible to lead the rest of Africans, you know, to come to that standard. Because they are new. They do not have actually governments like us in history.
There were 33 leaders of the African nations, which has united for the first time. And this was his luck, and he's regarded as the father of the other African nations as well.
Many of Africa's independence leaders went to the emperor for inspiration, advice, and even material support. Such men as Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, and even Nelson Mandela.
Many of them, they were really giving him recognition for what he has done. And we had like Kenyatta and many others, I mean like Nkrumah.
ዛሬ በሰፊው ይነገርላቸዋል፣ ታውቆላቸዋል። እሳቸው የአፍሪካን አንድነት ለመመስረት በዚያን ዘመን ከነበሩት መሪዎች ጋር እየተነጋገሩ እየተስማሙ በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ ላይ ከፍተኛው ስብሰባ እንዲደረግና የአፍሪካ አንድነት ቻርተሩ እንዲፈረም ያደረጉት እሳቸው ናቸው።
We had a good appreciation about Pan-Africanism, and eventually when the AU was established in 1963 and black and white television was introduced for the first time, so it was a very exciting time. So it's, the emperor, I think, kind of built in this appreciation of what was happening in the rest of the continent in our young minds.
The OAU found a home in Addis Ababa, in part because Ethiopian Airlines could bring Africa's new leaders together here. Having just celebrated its 50th anniversary and now called the African Union, the organization boasts many achievements. Achievements that would make the emperor proud. They include ending white minority rule in Southern African nations, helping to create a new nation in South Sudan, and promoting stability in Somalia. Haile Selassie took a personal interest in promoting peace between African neighbors. His airline would prove to be crucial to his ability to go to flashpoints where his diplomatic skills would achieve dramatic results.
I remember one incident, I think 1965, 66, I'm not sure of the date. Two nations were at the brink of war, Morocco and Algeria, I think. They had their troops, they are all ready. The emperor went there to the front line. We took him with the 720B. And I remember there was no jet start, a car that used the pressure to start the engine. So until the emperor negotiated, we kept one engine running for 6 hours. And we brought peace. That's what he did. Everywhere there is a problem, he used to go there with venture. And that continued, and that was what brought Africa really to what it is.
Unity is the accepted goal. We argue about means, we discuss alternative paths to the same objective, we engage in debates about techniques and tactics. But when the semantics are stripped away, there is little argument among us. We are determined to create a union of Africans. In a very real sense, our continent is unmade. It still awaits creation and its creators. It is our duty and privilege to rouse the slumbering giant of Africa, not to the nationalism of Europe of the 19th century, not to regional consciousness, of a single African brotherhood bending its united efforts towards the achievement of a greater and nobler goal. Above all, we must avoid the pitfalls of tribalism. If we are divided amongst ourselves on tribal lines, we open our doors to foreign intervention and its potentially harmful consequences.
Selassie, Ethiopian, in the origin, in the beginning, who no fi hear this, Tigris and Euphrates, who no fi hear this, in your Mediterranean, in the minim, in the minim, in him is righteousness, in him.
Well, indeed. Blessed love, give thanks for the attention, and I pray that the objective of sharing, edifying, and certainly awakening that consciousness within those of us who have just watched this footage is certainly peaked at this moment. but I thank you for your attention. Please recall we have a series of additional footage and conversations and deliverables that is forthcoming. But first, let me acknowledge and welcome my honorable brother, Dr. Jalan Inaya Bongania, Brother Bongania. In fact, I'm inviting him, beautiful, to join in this space and to take custody as he so aptly can and will of the upcoming segments, where we will have a discussion on All Nations Have to Bow, a presentation first and perhaps some questions. But I'll also, with his authority, engage any questions that might just be burning in the irids of those who have watched this. I know multiple students from various spaces are on, and students for life. All of us are students of life and in this life. So if ones have a burning question, I'm very sure Bongania is happy to accommodate, or if you have a comment before we bring forward the other segments. I'm going to also invite Brother Dominic to get his presentation ready. And I'm offering sharing privileges after Bongania speaks and engages any questions. That will be the flow going forward. And just before Dominic takes the stand, I will also have a brief video with a narrative on the history of the coronation from one of the contemporary reggae artists that we have within our midst. So Bongania, welcome and blessings, my brother. Give thanks.
Give thanks, my brother. Brothers and sisters, it's a particular pleasure to greet you in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw. That pleasure, particularly this 92nd anniversary of their coronation, November 2nd, 1930. A coronation moment is a crystal revelation to I and I, and also one of the critical rituals that we have created and preserved. And in that regard, you know, I like to honor the patriarch, Leonard Howell, and the other founding fathers, Archibald Dunkley, Nathaniel Hibbert, and Robert Hines. But for that generation, reasoning around this event that we today see as a global Rastafari holy day. This holy day, I'm thankful for those gathered here to share our program. I'm particularly glad to see Mama Eleanor, our matriarch, here, and for the support generally of those who are here. The fact is that we do have so much to share and to teach our brothers and sisters about this critical throne of judgment and healing and redemption of Africans. I came in late, but I'm aware that our intention is to celebrate this moment, celebrate it as a historical moment, but also celebrate it as a continuous moment for us. An acknowledgement that yes, Rastafari have afforded us a construct around understanding our worth and being able to see the highest expression of that, not just as a sovereign, but as a peculiar politics of African liberation and human dignity and unity in general. So when we bring you this program today, our intention is to continue the work started decades ago to recognize that there are now online spaces where this work can be greatly assisted. If Television Jamaica and ABC are not programming this event adequately by showing footage of what happened 92 years ago and celebrating the significance of the sovereign, then it's our role to ensure that that programming, that celebration, those archives are indeed shared. So that's our humble interest this evening, to bring to you archives that are worth our celebrating this moment that, if you think about it, I don't know of another coronation that has created a movement in celebration of that event. And those things are a part of our prophetic creation, the prophetic instance that we inhabit is about becoming the embodiment of that coronation moment as an active people globally. This evening, therefore, the School of the Sacrament, Rastafari University, is happy to share with students of the university. I see a number of you present, and some of our consistent students for life. We are glad to be able to share with you a selection of film, and also hopefully a collection of company that will enrich discussions we can have related to this moment that has become, if not the key Rastafari Nyabingi ritual among us globally. Thanks, Raswayne, for all that you've done hitherto, and I will continue to do as you instruct me. I'm not sure what is the order of what you've shared. I caught the last 20 minutes of the previous documentary, but I'm guided by you going forward as to what is required. And thanks once more, all those gathered. Blessings of the coronation. Leonard Howell reminded us that this is the moment of ascension of I and I Redeemer, the Alpha and the Omega. And it is indeed something we're happy to not just celebrate virtually, but we'll actually look forward to being on the ground and sharing in what is a Nyabingi that will last for a while in various different places. All right, give thanks. Blessings.
Yes, blessed love, Honorable Bongonia, and thanks for that deliverable. Just wanted to find out if there were any questions on the film. I know that young Tracy Ann asked about access, future access, and did receive a response that through the School of Sacrament, Rastafari University, and I will establish a platform and an opportunity for ones to review in the future, but also tonight, after we complete the other deliverables, we'll have a re-showing of the coronation film, particularly because it is the coronation celebration, 92nd coronation celebration. So if there are any questions, this is a moment to ask. If not, I will share this video from Ras Haile Malikat. I think that is the one shared to me, with me by Bongonia as an appropriate video for I and I here. So please full joy it as Brother Dominique gets ready to make his presentation. All nations have to bow. Hold fast for a second, give thanks, honorables.
What life and history has taught I and I concerning His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia.
Volume.
Ras Haile Malikat is here to share with this nation and the upcoming generation and every living thing that moveth upon iration. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, born of royal blood, of the royal house of our father David, King of Israel, is the 225th king of the unbroken lineage of kings that constitutes the Ethiopian royal Solomonic dynasty. In the fullness of time appointed, when His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I should be anointed king over Israel, 49 holy bishops and priests of the ancient empire of Ethiopia arrayed themselves in 7 groups of 7 for 7 days and 7 nights in the 7 corners of the Holy St. George's Cathedral in Addis Ababa, chanting the 9th Psalm of our Father David without ceasing and without rest. Then, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, garbed in white silk communion robe, along with his Empress Menen, has just completed a night of prayer at the most holy altar within the cathedral. He opened the doors of the Holy of Holies thunderably and stepped forth, and proceeded by hundreds of priests waving incense burners. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I entered the auditorium adjacent to the cathedral and sat upon his throne, decorated in scarlet and pure gold. And history can recall all the solemn promises made by His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I as he sat upon the throne of His Holiness in Addis Ababa. Firstly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I made a solemn vow that he would uphold the Ethiopian Orthodox faith, and secondly, that he would maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, and thirdly, that he would build schools for the spiritual and material welfare of his people. History can also recall the voice of the high priest, Abuna Creolus of Egypt, as he proclaimed before the large gathering, "Ye princes and ministers, ye nobles and chiefs of the army, ye soldiers and people of Ethiopia, ye doctors and chiefs of the clergy, ye professors and priests, look ye up on our Emperor Haile Selassie I, descended from the dynasty of Menelik I, born of Solomon and of Sheba, a dynasty perpetuated without interruption from that time unto King Haile Selassie and to our times. And for hours the large gathering witnessed the unfolding of ancient Hebraic ceremonial rites, as His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was granted the 7 royal insignia of Israel. Firstly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was given his golden sword, studded with precious stones, symbolizing that the words of his mouth are likened unto a 2-edged sword, of which he should use and smite the nations round about, executing justice and judgment. Secondly, he was given the scepter of Israel in ivory and gold, as is written in Genesis chapter 49, that the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Thirdly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was given a golden globe of the whole earth, symbolizing that in his hands he has the whole world in his hands. And fourthly, he was given the diamond encrusted ring. And the 5th was the traditional lances filigreed in gold, and 6th was his ceremonial garments. And just as in the days of old, when Samuel anointed our father David, and Zadok and Nathan anointed Solomon, so the Abuna anointed His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I with 7 different ointments of oil of ancient prescription, and placed on his head the magnificent crown of pure native Ethiopian gold, adorned with diamonds and emeralds, concluding that may your crown be a crown of sanctity and glory, and that by the grace and blessings that we have given, you may have an unshaken faith and a pure heart, in order that you may inherit the crown eternal. So be it, so be it, so be it. Let heaven hear and earth listen, and all the foundations thereof be still. and know that His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I is the everlasting King of glory. Honor, majesty, power, and dominion are laid upon Him, and righteousness, justice, and judgment is the habitation of His throne. These are the things which many prophets and righteous men of old have desired to see, and have not seen them, and have desired to hear, and have not heard them. But ye, blessed are your ears that have heard, and your eyes that have seen, of the glory of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, King of kings, Lord of lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, Selah.
Yes, indeed. Give thanks. Give thanks for that beautiful piece from Malakat. At this time, I'm going to ask our beloved Bongonia again to introduce the presentation and presenter on this piece called All Nations Have to Bow. Bongonia?
Okay, thank you, Raswain. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of our colleague graduate students in this space, Ras Dominic, who is a PhD graduate student working on issues related to Rastafari and Pan-Africanism out of Austria. Dominic actually became introduced to me a number of years ago. And, you know, over the years, I've realized that he is a leading young elder in a real sense. I gather the community of Farai in Austria is somewhat small, but he is a key point of coordination, not just in his small circles, but for that community, linking them to the larger Rastafari global family. We're pleased to have him share what is expected to be an updated presentation on a thesis he has been consistent with since he has been in this space, relating to the international responses to the coronation of their Imperial Majesties. His presentation is explicit in its title, All Nations Have to Bow. And we thank you, Dominic, for sharing this bit of your scholarship with us. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Give thanks, Ras Jalani. Am I heard?
We're hearing you.
Okay, give thanks. Give thanks, Ras Jalani. Give thanks, Ras Wayne. Give thanks, SOSACRU, for hosting this event. Give thanks also for sharing this rare coronation footage. I'm honored to have been asked as a graduate assistant at the School of Sacrament Rastafari University, SOSACRU, to compile and collect a few quotations and reasonings on the topic of all nations have to bow. I've been told I can share my screen. I would like to start actually on the topic with the Nyabingi chant, all nations have to bow, recorded by Ras Iwai and the family of Rastafari, and also to already start with a first quotation and reasoning with that chant. Give thanks as an introduction.
The kings of Tarshish and of the isle shall bring presents. The kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. They, all kings shall bow down before him, and all nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be the name of the Almighty I, Jah Rastafari. All nations have to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations have to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. For it was written in the book of Revelation, it was written in the book of Psalms. The power of the Holy Trinity. The ark of the covenant is in his hand, and his hand. All nations are wow. For it was written in the book of Revelation, it was written in the book. All kings bow down before him, for he is the King of kings. All kings fall down before him, for he is the King of all nations are to bow and crown him King of kings. All nations are to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. The power of the Holy Trinity is one. The ark of the covenant is in his.
Yes, give thanks, Ras Iva and the family of Rastafari on the Ark of the Covenant release, and to start already with a first reasoning quotation. These are the lyrics of the chant that we have just heard. All nations had to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. For it was written in the book of Revelation, it was written in the book of Psalms. All kings bow down before him, for he is the King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. For the power of the Holy Trinity sit upon David's throne. The Ark of the Covenant is in his hands. Haile, Selassie. So there is the title for this presentation coming from, and it is about the international dimensions of Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw coronation. And in this Nyabinghi chant, we already see the connection between all nations have to bow, all kings had to bow before him, and he is the power of the Holy Trinity to sit upon King David's throne. So we will look at different quotations and different reasonings to that connection of topics. All nations had to bow to the throne of David that Emperor Haile Selassie I was crowned on in 1930. So to start off, there were 13 nations officially invited to the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw in 1930. And it was the first time that international nations, international representatives were invited to a coronation in Ethiopia. When Empress Saudita was crowned in 1917, already representatives from the neighboring colonies were invited to that coronation, but the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie I was the first one to invite the governments of these nations themselves. Invited were the most powerful colonial representatives, colonial powers at that time: England, France, also Italy, Belgium and Germany, Netherlands, also the USA, Sweden, Greece, Turkey, Poland, Japan, and Egypt. It was those nations that had legations or representatives already in Addis Ababa. Colonial powers that were not invited because they did not yet have representations in Addis Ababa were, for example, Spain and Portugal, which were, of course, also powerful West European colonial powers, but the main ones, especially England and France, and then, of course, for the history of Ethiopia, important Italy, they were already invited to that coronation of His Imperial Majesty and Empress Menen Asfaw in 1930. These were the 13 nations that were officially invited, and the coronation was also postponed for 7 months to make sure it is possible on this international scale to invite these representatives of these governments. And His Majesty was actually proclaimed emperor already on the 3rd of April, which is the birthday of Empress Menen. But to be able to have the coronation on that international level, it was postponed 7 months until the 2nd of November to be able to have representatives of all these 13 governments present at the coronation on the 2nd of November. As part of the coronation, program, which is important for this topic because this is where the sound "All Nations Have to Bow" comes from. It comes from the 72nd Psalm, and that was part of the coronation program. It was actually read by the Archbishop, and it is said that the Archbishop shall pray using the 72nd Psalm of David that says, "O Lord, give thy judgment unto the king," up until where it says, "and all the kings of the earth shall prostrate unto him." So that is what we know more familiar from the King James Version, translated as "all kings shall fall down before him, and all nations shall serve him." And that comes from the 72nd Psalm. And it is important to also remember that in the coronation program, this is specifically also mentioned. So all the guests, all the international guests, all these representatives of colonial powers that were there, they got this also written in the coronation program. And even if they did not know what is the 72nd Psalm, they could read for themselves in the program that it said, and all the kings of the earth shall prostrate unto him, shall fall down before him, all nations shall serve him. So this is where the sound "all nations have to bow" comes from, and it was an integral part of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw. And it had, of course, then quickly influence in places that were under colonial domination. For example, in Jamaica, among the first Rasta, Leonard Howell, who wrote in the Promise Key in 1935, he gave his version of the coronation, where he said that the Duke of Gloucester, representing the King of England, fell down on bending knees before His Majesty Rastafari, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and spoke in a loud voice and said, "Master, Master, my father has sent me to represent him, sir. He is unable to come, and he said that he will serve you to the end, Master." And then Leonard Howell mentions that, see Psalm 72. So Leonard Howell was aware that Psalm 72 was a coronation psalm, and already made this connection with all the kings were falling down and were serving him. And it is not just that anti-colonial activists and personalities like Leonard Howell had this interpretation. It is interesting to see also that, for example, Luca de Sabelli, who worked for actually the Italian fascist government, also in his memories made clear that this was basically the understanding that, in accordance with ancient ritual, the Abuna presented the sovereign with the golden scepter, while deacons intoned the psalm, "The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion." Then the sovereign was given the golden globe, a symbol of sovereignty of the earth, the sword and spear to conquer the earth, and the ring to govern it with justice. So this was basically a colonial observer of the coronation, and he came to a very similar interpretation than we have, for example, in Leonard Howell's The Promise Key as well. So it's interesting to see that there were these very obvious international dimensions that were noticed by anti-colonial observers as well as by colonial observers. And we have, for example, also a quotation from the German embassy in Addis Ababa, who then was writing that the negative consequences of the excessive European participation in the coronation, and I shortened the quotation. They said that it was a serious mistake from a European point of view, an error which not only the nations represented here will end up paying. So this is also a colonial reaction to the coronation of His Majesty. And it already shows the international dimension again. And of course, that this international dimension had very strong anti-colonial consequences. And right after the coronation, already certain colonial observers or even colonial participants like the German embassy here were very well aware that this coronation in 1930, that an African nation, an African head of state was treated on eye level and with respect and with reverence, was of course a problem for colonialism and for colonial powers. And we see here already that this was realized by these colonial participants already at that time. And then we come back again to Robert Hines, who was of course a close associate of Leonard Howell, who was with Leonard Howell in the same trial for sedition in 1934. And there he also explained, again from the anti-colonial perspective, we found out that all the powers of Europe and Asia went to the coronation and adored him, that he is the Son of God to govern all mankind. So we see here, of course, that immediately there is a connection that this international influence, international dimensions of this coronation of the King of Kings had of course very strong spiritual undertones. So this power that Europe and Asia had to bow to was then in the interpretation, especially the biblical interpretation, of course, associated with the Son of God to govern all mankind, because already the idea all nations have to bow comes from the 72nd Psalm of David, and is of course addressing the king on the throne of David, from the line of David, and interprets it in that connection, of course. Again, we have a quotation from Leonard Howell, who then makes this connection very clearly. He said, "I told them of his crucifixion and of his ascension, and that as Ethiopian sons and daughters we would enjoy in the near future his kingdom, since the Messiah in the person of Rastafari came back in this world, that his kingdom shall have no end, a kingdom that all kings of the earth had to bow down to, as he was the only king in the world today as an ancient king. And I told the people," Howell proceeded, the Jamaica Daily Cleaner is quoting, "that the same God had come back on earth to lead mankind in the path of righteousness." And this was on the same trial for sedition with Robert Hines, where both of them were on trial for sedition and were then also convicted. But already here we also see the awareness and the emphasis always also on the international dimension. And interesting here also that the same God come back on earth to lead mankind in the path of righteousness. So this international dimension came through very early. A next quotation from Leonard Howell, now from 1940. He explained Rastafari to the author, to the journalist from the Jamaica Daily Cleaner, and he said, "We all believe that Haile Selassie, as King of Kings and Lord of Lords, shall in time take up his righteous reign for his people Israel, wherein all oppressors shall melt into the ocean of forgetfulness, where they can be seen no more. We living members of the Ethiopian society in the British Empire shall serve Haile Selassie to the end, and all well-thinking men and women, regardless of color and creed, should do likewise." So it is again this connection, the throne of David, he's the King of Israel, but it has these international dimensions, these global dimensions, where all well-thinking men and women, regardless of color and creed, should do likewise. Then we come through the history of Rastafari, second generation, Ras Bonages, of course, patriarch of the Nyabingi house. And then he explains and he goes further. What that means is, if we but continue in this manner, from this time there will be no enemy upon creation, for the kings, all the kings of the earth shall glorify him. As the Psalm says, as Psalm 72 says, all the kings of the earth shall bring presents unto him, all nations shall call him blessed. He shall save you from all them that persecute I and hate I, and all the kindred of the earth shall fear him. Every knee shall bow and every tongue confess. And it's interesting that he connects it, that this is why there shall be no more enemy upon creation, because even all the kings of the earth shall glorify him, and they bow down to him. And as we also then saw in the influence of the United Nations, first the League of Nations, then the United Nations, then the Organization of African Unity, that of course this influence of Ethiopia was very well heeded in the time of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. And this is how Ras Bonages, for example, interpreted it, that this even means there will be no enemy upon creation anymore if all or many bow to that reality of the King of Kings crowned in 1930. Then I've also included a quotation by Russ Wayne from his blog, Members of a New Race, Whatever Happened to the Rastafari Chant, All Nations Have to Bow, which is of course also very central to this presentation and this topic. And where Russ Wayne explains that the path of Rastafari is righteous altogether, and all nations will eventually accept, meaning bow to that reality, if only to save themselves from annihilation, fulfilling the expectations of our ancients who declared everybody ought to know who Rastafari is. So Raswain also explained that from early on, that it is like the expectations, everybody ought to know who Rastafari is, and that all nations will eventually accept and bow to that reality, even if it is just to save themselves from annihilation. So the international global dimensions, again, are very much emphasized. Then, of course, His Majesty himself, in the address to the United Nations General Assembly in 1963, which of course is already an address to the United Nations, a very global dimension in itself, where he in the conclusio of his speech reminded us that we must look into ourselves and to the depths of our souls. We must become something we have never been and for which our education and experience environment have ill prepared us. We must become bigger than we have been, more courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. And famously, we must become members of a new race, overcoming petty prejudice, owing our ultimate allegiance not to nations, but to our fellow men within the human community. So we see, of course, also the King of Kings had a very international outlook himself. And to also connect this to the throne of David, I just chose a few quotations, but it's interesting that already early Christians, as it is recorded in the book of Acts, for example, James the Just, the brother of Christ, who was known as, especially known just like Christ himself as a Nazarene, when it came to the early Christ movement, the early movement around Christ, that it was also interpreted in that terms, very similar as we just saw from Rastafari reasonings before, that it was interpreted that from also scripture, it is said, Christ said, God said, I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David. And that means that the residue of man might seek after the Lord and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, says the Lord. So this is also connected in prophecy, that of course the coronation of His Majesty and Empress Menen was making very clear references to, that this throne of David ultimately is of course a very international throne with an international power, global power, and that is also connected to when the tabernacle of David is raised up. People from around the world will come and be inspired by that, basically. And then when we come to the coronation of His Majesty again, that is why then, for example, in the program of the coronation, the Archbishop of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, which is the Abuna, made it very clear, this is our King of Kings, Majesty Haile Selassie, is from the seed of King Haile Selassie that came descending without interruption, starting from Menelik I, born from Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. So that is made, of course, very explicit during the coronation of His Majesty. It is then also said by the Bishop of South Ethiopia, who actually anointed His Majesty, O holy Almighty Ruler, as thou anointed with sacred unction the ancient kings, priests, and prophets in order for them to rule and instruct the people of Israel, do as well according to that tradition. Bless and sanctify Haile Selassie, thy chosen servant, as Samuel anointed David, as Zadok and Nathan anointed Solomon, I anoint you, Haile Selassie. So the connection is made very explicit throughout the coronation. I just chose these two quotations to emphasize that. It goes on then that also the Abuna of Alexandria sent a statement and a blessing, and he also said that the kingdom of Ethiopia is eternally in your hands, in the hands of Haile Selassie first, which is interesting that it is said it is eternally in his hands. May the Lord Ixabir establish your thrones in every way, just as he established the throne of the kingdom of David. So also Alexandria accepted that very explicitly and emphasized that. Then again, it is said at the end of the coronation, the bishops, the priests, in the procession they make, the princes and governors, that the people in general it is they hail him, and the singers chant, "Blessed art thou, King of Israel." So at the end of the coronation, it is made very clear that who was crowned there was the King of Israel. "Blessed art thou, King of Israel." And a next fact where it is connected to the throne of David, for example, is interesting. Prince Asfaw in his book King of Kings captured and preserved that that actually the throne of His Imperial Majesty on which he was crowned was actually placed on a rock that was taken from Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, and that again was done as a symbolic gesture to emphasize the Davidic descent and the Davidic connection, that this is the throne of David from the line of Solomon. So also in connections through scriptures to Psalms, but also in symbolic gestures like this one, it was made very explicit and emphasized throughout the coronation of His Imperial Majesty. And then also when we look further, the 1955 revised Constitution of Ethiopia in Article 2 makes it very clear that Haile Selassie descends without interruption from the dynasty of Menelik I, son of the Queen of Ethiopia, the Queen of Sheba, and King Solomon of Jerusalem. Of course, here is also very clearly identified that the Queen of Ethiopia is the Queen of Sheba, and that Haile Selassie is of that dynasty of Menelik I, and that is in the 1955 revised constitution also very explicit and emphasized. And then also His Majesty himself, for example, a quote on that, interviewed by Oriana Fallaci in the Chicago Tribune in 1973, made it very clear: "My dynasty has ruled ever since. The Queen of Sheba met King Solomon, and a son was born of their union." So just to emphasize that this was the underlying reality, the underlying narrative of the whole coronation of His Majesty in 1930. And what was that referring to was, of course, the ancient traditions of the messianic connection of the throne of David, which of course goes as far back as Genesis 49, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh comes," which of course, for example, the Kebra Nagas translates this as "the government shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh comes." So that is, of course, a strong connection to the throne of King David, which was, of course, the throne of Judah. Here, a longer quote from 2 Samuel 7, also just to pick up a few important details, where God says, "I will establish the throne of Solomon's kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. My mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul." And he says to him, "Thy throne shall be established forever." He says to King David, "Thy throne shall be established forever." So here it is very clear that also the God of Israel identifies himself as the father of Solomon and identifies Solomon as his son. So the Son of God idea is very strongly connected to the throne of David, and is also here already to be found in the Old Testament, when many people think that the Son of God idea is a New Testament idea, but here we already see Solomon already was very clearly identified as the Son of God. When we go further, then, for example, in 1 Chronicles, he will be King of Israel forever. God has chosen Judah to be the ruler, to sit upon the throne of the kingdom of the Lord. Now it's interesting already, the throne that the throne of David is actually the throne of the kingdom of the Lord. And it is further said, "I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father. I will establish his kingdom forever again." And then it is made very clear in 1 Chronicles 29, Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king instead of David his father, and prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. So it is very clear that the throne of David is actually the throne of the God of Israel himself. That is already made very clear in the Old Testament, and is then, for example, extended in the Kebernagast, chapter 70, Wallace Budge translation. And upon earth God granted to reign upon his throne, the king of Ethiopia, Solomon's firstborn. So the Kebernagast takes that then over, of course, the throne, the Ark of the Covenant, the line of David was, of course, transferred in Ethiopian tradition, in the tradition of the Kebernagast to Ethiopia. And here, just like the Old Testament said about the throne of Solomon, Solomon sits on the throne of God himself. And also, of course, here it is said the throne, his throne, the king of Ethiopia. So he's to reign upon his throne, the king of Ethiopia, sits upon the throne actually of God himself. And this is a tradition, of course, of sacred kingship that is very central to the biblical narrative that was, of course, then also inherited by the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition. And then we find this throughout many familiar biblical verses, important prophecies that also amongst Rastafari are often quoted. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, the government shall be upon his shoulder, his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God. We are all very familiar with this and these prophecies, but here again, it is emphasized upon the throne of David, this will happen. So the throne of David is always central to these prophecies. And then also already in the early Christian understanding, for example, here in the book of Acts, it was already understood that King David, being a prophet and knowing that God had sworn with an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, God would raise up Christ to sit on his throne, on King David's throne. Seeing this before, spoke of the resurrection of Christ. So elders like, for example, Rasponenses would always emphasize that the second resurrection is 1930. The coronation of His Majesty in 1930 was the second resurrection of Christ sitting again on the throne of David. And here already we find in Acts that this was actually the idea. The whole idea of the resurrection of Christ was that he will eventually sit upon the throne of David again. And I already come to my last slide and my last quote. As I said, this is just a compilation of some quotes, and I hope that there will be a reasoning and that ones bring in also their favorite quotes that they connect to the international dimensions of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen. Because there are many, many more quotes, of course, from different sources that all speak to this topic. And of course, for Rastafari, one of the most central quotations is, of course, Revelation 5:5. And also here we see, of course, the Davidic connection. And one of the elders said unto me, weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. The Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David. And of course, these are titles of His Imperial Majesty, the motto, the Lion of tribe of Judah, but he was also then very, very quickly himself identified as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. For example, the National Geographic magazine already identified himself as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and not only taking it as a motto of Ethiopian kings in general, but specifically identifying him as such. And of course, on the throne of King David, which is here the root of David, he has prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And especially, of course, the coronation in 1930 was this revelation unto the world, which of course Rastafari, especially in Jamaica and from Jamaica throughout the world, has made the world aware of. And give thanks and praise for Rastafari, making the world, all nations, all 4 corners of this earth aware of this significance, sharing this significance so that all others can also learn about it, and especially also give thanks to then Rastafari initiatives like SOSACRU, School of Sacrament Rastafari University, being in that tradition and carrying on that sharing of that knowledge that Rastafari has discovered and has found, and also sharing it with the nations at large, so that this glory and this knowledge of this glory can cover the earth as waters cover the sea. Give thanks and praise, give thanks for the 92nd coronation anniversary of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw, for how good and how pleasant it is for I and I to know about all these truths and reality. Give thanks and praise.
It's 20 hours.
Give thanks, give thanks. Ras Dominic, I want to particularly thank you for what seems to be progressively developing as a labor of love. You know, just as a context, myself and the rest of the board of SOSACRU actually tasked Dominic, I think perhaps just over a year ago, with the job of putting together that quotation, which he used to explain himself somewhat within the Rastafari space and identity. And he shared with us a much shortened version of what you have received this evening. And you know, I'm really pleased to thank you on behalf of those who you've shared it with, as a consistently developing narrative that is very useful in just demonstrating why we are celebrating this coronation of their majesties. I want to thank you. I see Ras Wayne in camera, and I know he is far more competent on these matters. But just for our audiences, I didn't say Dominic has, you know, history of theology and that kind of training, which you saw being demonstrated, and a keen interest in this space. So thanks again, and yes, over to you, Ras Wayne.
Blessed brothers, love family, and thank you. Let me reiterate Bongonia's own thoughts and appreciate loving for your delivery, Brother Dominic. It was very useful and meaningful in this occasion, on this occasion, and especially at this time in our global reality. So thanks again. Let me also invite ones, if they have questions or comments on this particular delivery, perhaps now is a good time to raise it. If you don't do so in the next 30 seconds or so, I will proceed with the next film, which is the Omega Rising piece. It is an important piece because it speaks, well, we had narration from our beloved Dr. Asantua Opong on the Coronation film footage, but the Omega Rising film certainly speaks of Rastafari, the Rastafari woman, giving their perspective. It didn't cover all perspectives, but it certainly covered important perspectives, and it equally satisfies the thirst in the coronation moment of seeing our sisters represented and the voices of Empress Menen represented through our own sisters contemporarily. So I see Brother Jake with a raised hand. If others are doing same, I will screw through, but go right ahead, Brother Jake. Give thanks.
Blessed love to everyone. Greetings in the name of His and Her Imperial Majesty on this 92nd anniversary of the coronation. Ras Dominic, once again, wonderful presentation. I have a question and a comment. My question is, somewhere in the imagery, in the prophetic and biblical imagery of the throne of David, in particularly in the way it has been manifest within the Nyabingi Tabernacle, I'm somehow imagining the themes of thunder and lightning and earthquake emanating from his throne. That may be associated with the themes of judgment and justice that are identified with the throne, but I'm wondering if you could, one, shed light on that, and two, as a comment, in seeing in your emphasizing the fact that the passages of Psalm 72 were used by Ras Ivai in his chant to talk about all nations have to bow, as well as the fact that the Promise Key emphasizes Psalm 72. I'm now kind of clear that in the oral tradition, as I would have received it by elders, by Nyabingi elders throughout the 80s, that the refrain was always 72 nations did go to Addis Ababa and bow to the King of Kings. So I'm thinking that that usage in the oral tradition must have been conflated from Psalm 72, and that's just an observation that others could comment on or take issue with. So thank you for that.
Yes, give thanks for the reasoning and the questions. The first question was about the thunder and the lightning, and it is actually the connection that comes to my mind. First of all, there might be a few different connections, but especially Revelation, the book of Revelation in chapter 4, verse 5, it says that out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. So we know also pictures of, for example, Nyabingi bass drums that have that from that verse written, lightning and thunder and voices. So that is connected to the throne of God, the throne of Christ, the Messiah, of course, in Revelation, in the end times, Armageddon. That is the throne connected to thunder and lightning. That is biblical scripture, especially here in the book of Revelation. But I would guess it's not only here. There is probably other scripture references that make that connection as well. And the second question was about the 72 nations. Many people are surprised when they hear about the 13 nations that were officially invited. Also, as His Majesty in his autobiography explains it. But I was interested to hear in the coronation footage that we watched before, narrated, if I heard correctly, by Sister Shamara, that actually 700 representatives, I think she mentioned in the footage, came. And I think there were many representatives, and that would be actually interesting to research and study, that yes, these certain nations were nations that had legations and representations in Addis Ababa, like later we would say embassies, but on a maybe more unofficial level, or maybe on a different officiality, I'm sure that there were many more nations represented, and especially many nations that were still under colonialism. I'm sure, and we know that also from Jamaica, from Anne Harvey, for example, the so-called Israelites were attending the coronation. From America, the Arnold Ford, of course, and so on. So I'm sure there were many representatives beyond these 13 official governments that were invited. So I'm not sure where the 72 number comes from. It might be a connection to the number of the Psalm, as you observed. It might be that there might be a connection also. But I'm sure that there were many more representatives than just these 13 nations. These 13 nations were just the official governments that were invited, I would say, from my understanding.
Yes, give thanks, Brother Dominique. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, just as a point of correction, Brother Dominique, the narrative was spoken or delivered by Dr. Asantewaa Opong. So we call her Sister Asantewaa. She's in Chicago. She's a part of the Chicago Rastafari family and the Dark and Idol communities. And she took the footage offered to her through the Idol family and the endorsement of Brother Jake, who gave it to the Idol family and did this wonderful job with it. So give thanks for that. Equally, on the issue of nations, one's ought to recall that at the crowning of Emperor Haile Selassie I, there was a consolidation of nations, yes, in the Ethiopian Empire, yes. So this is why he now is also King of Kings and Emperor over all kings in Ethiopia. And certainly those kingdoms in Ethiopia would be in of themselves autonomous, coming within the consolidation of the King of Kings. So you have some research to do. So as the mandate was given 2 years ago, Dominique, Brother Dominique.
Let's continue. The work continues. I want to recognize the presence of African royalty with us. I've recognized Mama Eleanor previously. Really glad to have you in this space. We always open for any words of welcome, wisdom, whatever you have to share. I also see the one and only royal couple from St. Lucia, Honorable Priest Selassie and Right Honorable Priest Selassie and Right Honorable Empress Ethiopia. Particularly pleased to see you here on this important day. I trust that the fellowship you're sharing with us, we feel special. I hope it registers in a special way with you and your family. Good to see you here, as well as our consistent SOSACRU membership, the hardcore. I see Jonathan and others here. Honorable Empress, I also see you and give thanks, the students who have joined us. My brother Raswain, I turn over to you. I couldn't help myself just now in recognizing the family, you know.
Right. Give thanks for that balance, Honorable Bongania, but actually the floor is yours. The moderation, the future moderation of the program is yours. But what we'll do at this time, though, is to enter in the space of Queen Omega rising as the lionesses have risen and continue to rise. Please, full joy, if you want to take a minute.
Raswain, so the understanding is that we will repeat the coronation footage when we're finished with the programs for people who have not seen it. That's what we're closing with. That's what you had said, right?
That's the overstanding unless our discussion pushes the time and people are exiting. But even so, we'll keep the platform open for that purpose specifically. All right. Give
there were
thanks.
students who were inquiring. Thank you. Yeah.
Blessed love. Give thanks, certainly. So full joy. I mean, if you want 15 or so seconds to grab the coconut milk or coconut juice.
Well, no, let's introduce the film. For those who don't know this, we have this as one of the best Rastafari documentaries as far as everything is concerned. Beautiful people, well put together content, and consistently relevant engagement. I don't know, and this might be something that we look into, if what is represented in this documentary today, where do we stand on the issues? And certainly the document is useful to have as a reference point. So just some thoughts for us going into viewing. But if you haven't seen it yet, it's certainly worth every minute coming forward.
Give thanks, Honorable.
Let's see.
Let me just check the chat to see if there's anything. Okay, Empress Ethiopia did say it's an honor for her to be here and to add strength to the works. Give thanks for those beautiful sounds, Honorable Goddess. Let I and I proceed then. Omega rising, give thanks.
And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God and to his throne.
To come to the reality of the divinity of His Majesty is a very personal manifestation. You still have to go into your own meditation, your own reasoning with someone, and come to the full reality of the divinity of His Majesty. Since the scriptures tell us that there are 3 major representations of God in time. This is the millennium that we are in now, and this is the last time that we are seeing a manifestation of God before the fulfillment of the prophecy. We have Adam, we have Jesus Christus, and we have His Imperial Majesty.
On the 2nd of November 1930, Rastafari is crowned the 225th Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie I, re-establishing the Solomonic dynasty. He is crowned King of Kings, conquering line of the tribe of Judah, elect of God. The ascendancy of Haile Selassie to the throne of Ethiopia marked the arrival of a day of redemption for black people, and the Rastafari movement was born. Queen Menen was also crowned Empress, establishing the principle of King Alpha and Queen Omega, the beginning and the end eternally consummated.
I think it's the first time you have a king and a queen crowned together, you know. You have kings crowned, like the typical monarchies will have a king, and then his wife is his wife, you know. We have a coronation where we have a king and a queen. That's why I say Rasta man have a special duty, you know. You cannot conceive of yourself as one without the other. A man, no man can be so bright as to tell me that he's a man and he don't even have any responsibility or relationship with a daughter somewhere, you know. That is when you come in your fullness. We would think of His Imperial Majesty as the highest divine order. So Queen Menen would have to be the mother of creation, and she would therefore have to be the beginning of how we behave. She could be a light for the woman.
Empress Menen traces her lineage back to the Queen Sheba, the Queen of Ethiopia, who journeyed to King Solomon, the keeper of the divine laws, the Ark of the Covenant. On her return to Ethiopia, she gave birth to Solomon's son, Menelik, who as a young man returned to Solomon's kingdom to claim the Ark of the Covenant. This was then established in Ethiopia at Aksum. Out of this tradition evolved the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is the first Christian manifestation coming out of Egypt. It's the first Christian acceptance of God and a man coming from God at this point in time. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church teaches that man is black and that Jesus Christus is black. Ethiopia is the whole of Africa. And Ethiop, that the Bible would refer to, is a black man. At that time regarded as a Cushite, you know, from the land of Cush. And the Ethiopian have a special place in His Majesty's book, you know, in that we are the promised people. And even though He tells us many of those that are the promised people will come one day, after He chooses the ones that He wants, we still have to go down into the valley of Jehoshaphat for another weeding out, you know? So we know that our road is a long and troublesome trod. But it's a trod, there is a victory in sight. When a woman put on her dread, it's with deep thought. A woman don't just dread. She don't just stop comb her hair. If you get up one day when you're 23 years old and say to yourself, well, I'm going to dread, that is a threat to society. It is a threat whether you are a working class woman or a middle class woman. And unfortunately, still in the Caribbean here, we have to talk about class distinctions because they exist. It's a reality. And whether you be working class, middle class, upper class, whatever you want to call it, if a woman put on a dread, it means it is in defiance of what has been already ordained as beautiful, clean, upright, and it means that she has gone into this Rasta thing seriously.
We represent the kingdom of God. You know, we are children of the Most High, and we are a part of His kingdom, and this is what we do represent. Just as what the man represents, we represent a part of God's kingdom, just in a feminine structure.
I've always been a very spiritual person. I've always been going to a lot of churches from I was very small, you know. And then I started to do a course at the School of Dance, which was a diploma course. And I remember them taking us out into the field, you know. We went to different, as they call it, subcultures. Eventually now they took us to some Bingi brethren. And I remember when I went home now, afterwards I said, well, I wondered, you know, I said, how come the society is fighting these people and yet everything the brethren were saying was true, you understand? And then after that I started to look in and, you know, look and keep reading and stuff, and then I met my children's father and he invited me to a meeting, and from the first day I stepped in I realized that yes, this is really where I'm supposed to be. That was about the late 78, early 79. But all I know is that it seems to me now that a lot of people then, a lot of young people then, were starting to cite, you know, about that time.
Like many Rastafarians my generation, I wasn't born in a Rastafarian family. I was born in a Christian family. And we spent quite a bit of time in the church because my father is a preacher.
I got basically my religious training from there. And when I was going to school, to high school, and I was living with my parents, I used to go to church and do all the things that a nice little girl is supposed to do. And I found that after I started going to university, I started questioning a number of things within the Christian church. And there was a period that I stopped going to church completely. After a number of years, one starts looking, you know, seeking that path that is going to provide the peace of mind and the contentment and the self-confidence that one needs really to go through life. And I found I gravitated more towards the Rastafarian, so I spent quite a bit of time around them, just sitting and listening and reasoning with them. And I was already familiar with the Bible, you know, but I started dealing with it on a different level. And then the natural progression took place.
Coming into Rastafari was, I would call it a terrible experience, you know, because after getting certain fights from parents, you know, parents was the first fight I get, right? And you know, society in our world, especially growing up with parents who is well known, right? That the people in our world check for, you know what I mean? So, in that way, you know, I fight really get hotter and hotter because everywhere I go, you can hear that is Mr. Sweeney's daughter and taking self and turn dirty Rasta and many things, you know.
When I just started trotting within the Rastafari faith, I was a little bit rash in terms of hitting out at the system and so on. And I did create some problems for myself because of my rashness and tactlessness and all of that. And I think there was a period where I was a little bit irresponsible, you know, in that I didn't take work as seriously as I ought to have taken it. So you find that I was absent from work a couple of days for no reason and so on. But then after I started having children, I developed a more responsible attitude to what I was doing, and I saw that, well, there are some of the things that I was doing that I really had to question too, even as a young Rastafari.
My parents had a concept, and I think, you know, their kind of experience kind of made them come to that decision, you know, that Rasta was just whatless, you know, because they'd seen Rastaman, they'd said, you know, who did nothing more than beg. And I think they were very afraid for me, you know, and that was difficult for me as well because I didn't want to hurt my parents in any way at all, you know. And, you know, to explain to them, you know, why I was changing, I didn't do that either because I didn't know how to.
My cousin came down from Gloucester and he just got into Rastafari. He was 16. I was about 12 then, and he showed me little bits and pieces. So when I was about 14, I started to hear a bit more about Rasta. By the time I was 15, you know, I wanted to get into it. I said definitely, but because I was at home, you know, I wouldn't lock out of respect to my mum. When I was 16, I left home and locked up.
I was there at that time, living around Ladbroke Grove and Brixton, and that was where you really saw the first Rasta men and later on a couple Rasta women, you know. And but it's funny enough, it wasn't in England that I really see the philosophy or the lifestyle. It was really going out of England and coming forward and straightening it, you know.
It was love that drew me to them. I know a dreadlocks, the elderly man by the name of Guns, and just the way how he lives, you know, it really pulled me towards it, and I think it was right. I give thanks and praises to the Most High that he caught me at a young age. I was born in the ghetto. And I grew up like any youth now you could know in the ghetto. So those experiences teach me knowledge. As a young woman, as Rastafari, it was very tough in that time. Because for me, living up in this area, in the Kingston 6, there was no young woman who, you know, say Rastafari. It was big woman like my sister in there. But you never find youth in woman. They used to think I was mad, you know, or a lot of funny things about me. And therefore I did not keep friends. It only like the brethren them that you know, I would have as my friend. But you never have any sisters around that time. It's only like Rita Marley, and she was in town, so I would have to leave from here and go there and check her, you know. But it was very hard because it was few of us.
When I first came back, it was after about 14 years living away. So it was a whole heap of changes, you know. And also, what made it especially so was because I'd never come back to Jamaica as a Rasta, and I didn't realize the whole vibration against Rastafari out here, you know. Thinking that this was the home of Rasta, I didn't realize that there was going to be so many problems being a Rasta. So it was a shock.
I went into this yard where Rastas live and rent a room there. It was interesting staying there because here comes Bingy Planner and Brother Marx teaching Amharic language every Wednesday evening. Well, my sister and I and their father used to attend classes, you know, because we're interested in this African language, because my dear father had a photo of His Majesty too. He always talk about this great king and so on. So. And then we started to learn a little about the language, and then listening now to Bingy Planner and Brother Marx and the rest of Rasta talk about Africa and this King of Kings and Rasta. I mean, it's like I became convinced and converted, you know. So by 69, I was able to start shut up in this faith.
At the time here, it was Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and Walter Rodney. He was in Jamaica at the time, and he really stirred the youth them, you know, because it was like violence that we were learning about Africa, and if we want to return to Africa, we'd have to kill off everybody, you know. But when Dr. Walter Rodney came down here in the 60s, he told us we must educate ourselves, we must have trade, and he opened more doors to us to see Africa on a higher level.
Many days and my grandfather used to say, but why you going into this thing? What you find in it? What? I said, but you are the root of it. You started it. Remember, you're a Marcus guy, remember, you know. He felt insulted, but then by really listening to him and my father, I really, I mean, gained something from what, because still both of them is saying something about Africa, and what each of them saying is something of high significance concerning Africa. I think that being a Garveyite, it really link one up within certain realms to become a Rasta, you know, and being a Rasta is a prophetical word.
The woman in the Rasta movement of the 30s, the early 30s, early 40s, you hardly saw her. When I was very young, you could never see a Rasta woman out on the street in Locks. That you never saw that. So you never even thought to yourself that there was in fact a Rasta woman. That kind of thought don't go through your head. It's just Rasta man and these horrible things that you see in front of everybody, afraid and screaming. A product of course, the 50s uprising and the fact that, you know, government said if you see one, kill the other one. So the Rasta woman has gone through, I think, from that time, a process of really just coming forward,
just coming forward.
In the front of the wall. We suffer a lot down there with the Babylonian and them, like the police and the soldiers, them and the Mr. Blinago, all of them, man, that don't question, man. Run down all the house, man, and fight us hard and come down from we down a shanty town, run and be in the football ground. And we don't live nowhere, we don't have anything, and we don't have no food, and them treat us bad in here. Them suffer, them don't have no clothes, them don't have no food, and them don't live no convenience. We like bathroom and toilet, just like how you see there, just like a shanty same way, like how you see here. So we live because the government never provide anything for our Rasta. Government said them don't business with me. Anyway, it's 2 or 3 Rasta, put them in the police station, and them treat us bad, and them fight us hard. Them kill some of us, you know, kill some of the Rasta man, them. And fight down our daughters and trim off all the wool and all those things, especially when you hear the politician time coming on. And you don't go vote for them fight us very hard, man. Them don't help us, they say we are not in their budget, and them don't sponsor us. It's only Jah Almighty, Jah Selassie, we sponsor I and I. So we just stick in with faith and keep ourselves to ourselves. You understand me? But we go through a whole heap of tribulation, man.
It's the same fight Marcus Garvey would have, you know, where black, try and show black people, say, you're black and you're African and what it means to you right inside of your heart. Not just the color of your skin or maybe the clothes you have on. So I feel, say, the society will give the woman, I really feel society give the woman a harder fight than the man.
Those days, I say, boys, was like a horrible tempest because everywhere you go, some people want to lift up the clothes to see people wearing underwear, and people threaten you could walk on the street, but sometimes we have to walk because we can't pay bus fare.
Black woman, like you said alone. Your truck was a flat, one back road. It was the heaviest road. To be summoned to be long. Keep there in your mind and half furlong. Don't give up now, break from straight down. You are dedicate my song. La da 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 la da da. We are the second seeds of plantation.
Of course, the whole Rasta movement is a story of struggle and fight, just outright fighting against the odds. There's nothing laid back about the movement from the 30s through the 50s through the 60s. It's just a constant battle for existing. 1930s is what is regarded as the beginnings of Rastafari in Jamaica. This is not really correct, you know, but you know that Rastafari manifestation must have been here before that time. It couldn't just... What I think happened in the 30s is that it just really spring up to the fore, that become articulated. But as we're saying now, in the 30s, you have to put Rastafari woman in the perspective of Jamaica, whole of Jamaica runnings, right? And Jamaica at that time If you remember, 1938 is the time of the uprisings. Now, there is a number of names that people forget, of women that fight strongly on behalf of the workers. You have people like Adina Earl, Una Marson. These people, they either take to the books and write articles for the Gleaner, like Una Marston, or people like Earl who would fight and start a labor union, actually start a labor union. Amy Jakes Garvey, for example, she founded the UNIA here in Jamaica in 1914-15, as far back as then. So there are women who were in the forefront of the black redemption battle, so to speak. In 1938, when the brothers were fighting on the waterfront and the union strike, there were daughters there, you know, and those daughters were supportive of the man's struggle, because it affected them as well. They'd feed them and make sure that things go on at home as usual. Now, what I'm really trying to say is that the Rasta woman is no different in this situation.
Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of King David hath prevailed. On the 21st of April 1966, Emperor Haile Selassie visited Jamaica. The Rastafari elders who had recognized the significance of the emperor's crowning were now able to confirm their beliefs.
When His Majesty is come, well, give thanks. I wake up before the man at 4 o'clock. And we gather together and we take away transportation and we reach right at the airport. Well, His Majesty was to appear 1 o'clock. So before him appear, I gather with the Haile man and we never a bingy drum man and chanting and yelling for I until His Majesty come.
What the government at that time did was to remove all policemen from the crowd. They took them out of the crowd and removed them altogether. And everyone stayed exactly where they were. And the plane come down, when His Majesty come to the steps, nobody never run up and down like them mad. Everybody just in awe and, you know, overwhelmed at what was happening. So everything was orderly. And, you know, so I say His Majesty's visit was very important for the movement because it gave the movement the strength that it needed, the little push that it needed to see that what Rasta was talking about all this while was really true.
Well, for me, it wasn't an historical arrival. It was more a spiritual one, so I would talk for myself. It was when I saw His Majesty in 1966 when he came to Jamaica. Before I had no knowledge of him as God or King. So when he came to Jamaica, I saw him eye to eye. And some mystical thing happened between her and him. And it just came out of me that His Imperial Majesty is God. And my love, both of us love, you know, hook right there. It was that kind of a vibration.
A lot of leaders of the Rastafari movement at that time were able to meet him personally and speak with him. And it is this that we have in our history, you know, that we can know that what we believe in is really true and really correct.
I danced for His Majesty when he came to Jamaica, right? And because of that, I feel that it is necessary for me to dance as a Rasta woman.
With the migration of Caribbean people to Britain and the emergence of black communities, Rastafarian ideas soon became a part of the culture that began to develop. Young black people adopted the symbols and ideas of Rastafari as a part of a process of self-expression and pride in the midst of an alien society. By the 1970s, young black women had visibly become a part of the movement, wearing locks and chanting Rastafari militantly. Reggae music was to become an important means of popularizing the Rastafari doctrine. The players of instruments and singers like Judy Mowat became for many a source of information and inspiration.
To you I dedicate my song. Yeah. La da 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 la da da da.
I realized that this work is for man and woman. And because I was given the gift of communicating through music, I couldn't keep silent. The first song I did was, I had wrote this song, Why Treat Us Inhuman Just Because We Are Women. We are not weak, we are strong. We have been held back for much too long from portraying our womanality. Mothers of creation, there ain't no equalization, but we have got God's given talent, just like you, so open the door and see us through. Some brothers did like it and some didn't like it, but that was like a voice for the sisters at that time. And I was able to go through with the support of my king man, because he saw what I was doing and he supported me immensely. And I was able to, it was not easy, because I was confronted at all times that women must not do this and women must not do that. But you have to know what you are sent to do, and you have to take a positive stance.
There's daughters out there doing things, you know. There's daughters out there because they've seen the need to progress. And even greater still, they've seen the importance of having children means to, you know, to provide a future, to provide security. You know, they've gotten up and they've decided to do something with their lives. Yeah, let's look through it. What's the word in that last page? Hold on, let's see where it's going to fit in with this. Now, that's the front cover, like that. So, that's going to be on that cover. So, let's see the inside page. Okay, thank you. Bye. Well, we run a magazine. I wouldn't say community, I would say an international magazine, because our market, you know, it goes internationally. That we set up to promote the image of Rastafari then through this magazine, you know, and also there's the women's theatre group, which we run, theatre, drama, poetry, DJing, you know. We set that up now to fulfill our ambitions as Rasta woman, because, you know, all of it that's in the group, we love music, we love drama in some kind of way, and we want to put out a message, and we do that best through these things. The third thing now is the didactic school of Wadada.
Infant Ethiopia, S for fruit, G for coffee, H for history.
sisters of Brother, who are some of them anyway. All right, now, the first question for Sister Sheila is, what is the Roberta Didactic School all about? If you just want to that, please.
Okay. The school, Didactic School of Wadada, is a supplementary school, and we cater for children between the ages of 5 to 12 years.
What are the aims and objectives of the school?
One is that we aim to supplement the education that's taking place in state-run schools, like the English and the maths, and also to give to our children their own history and culture, to add to their, well, to secure them more, make them feel more secure.
Right, and to do that, are there any special features also in the program of the school?
Yes, like I said, we do history and culture, black history and culture. We also do drama, you know, and singing. The youth can take part in singing, drumming, chanting, reading. Okay, Sister Benji, what part do you play?
My group that I look after is from 9 to 12-year-olds, and we also would like to do more with the children. Say, for example, take them away for weekends, camping and things like that, nature trail, and also video. So we're hoping for better things to come, yeah.
Okay, a whole range of projects there.
I've always seen a different way of educating children. And for years I did try to organize something for Rasta youth or any other youth who would be interested. But again, finances got in the way and it just never ever came together. Finally, last year I eventually capitulated and sent them to a government school. And after a certain amount of problems, because they're not willingly taking in Rasta children into the schools.
I always wanted to go to college. From when I was 16, I haven't got any qualifications, so it's hard for me. So I've built up a portfolio of artwork and used it to get into the London College of Fashion. I used to draw my models with locks, because in my other college it was a bit freer. My teacher was different. You know, she used to say, you know, you might as well draw your models black if you're black, but it doesn't always work that way. A few people have said to me, oh, you're a Rasta, you shouldn't do fashion design, it's vanity. But, you know, you have to explain to them that all is vanity anyway, and everything around and everything material has been designed. There are certain parts of Rastafari that I've adapted to suit myself. I don't cover my locks all the time, you know, I wear trousers sometimes, but, you know, it's not what you wear outside. Maybe it's not even the locks. It's just what's in your heart, what's inside of you.
There was no law that said that you should dress this way or you shouldn't dress this way. And as a woman, and after reading my Bible, and a woman of Africa, I know how to dress, I know what to wear. Whatever I wear must be representing me as the African woman. You know, I must be able to identify with whatever I wear.
One of the things with Rasta woman, she used to stay home, you know, like in the 60s, even in the 70s, she just used to stay home and look after children, and the man would go out and so. But the family business have been broken down a little. She comes out because the economic problem, she have to come out and work.
Thank you, Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of himself, Jah, Rastafari. Thank you for this food and everything else. Thank you for my mother and my father and my brothers and my sisters. Jah, Rastafari, and please help the poor and the needy, and help everything to grow nice and strong. Jah, Rastafari, Selassie.
I work to fulfill my ambition and my aspiration, you know, and because, I'm not a woman to stay at home and mind children. I love my children, and, if it was necessary, I would certainly do that. But because I believe so much in progression for the Rastafari people, because we need a lot, and we have a long, long way to go. And the man them cannot do it on their own, no matter what they might think. Them cannot do it alone, because even the emperor quoted in one of his speech, what's the use of us educating the girls if all they're going to do is get married and tend house? Shouldn't they just go and get married and tend house instead of being educated? Because then all that education is wasted and they cannot contribute anything to their community.
Special feature out of the museum, which is called the Bob Marley Museum Reprint Series, which I edit, and which really features articles which have been written around Bob and around Marcus Garvey and around His Imperial Majesty. And what we do is reproduce these in a reprint series, which we hope to make really international and worldwide. And it's a very important feature of the museum because we want to keep the literate history alive as well as the oral tradition.
People have preconceived ideas of what Rastafarians are without really knowing or having interacted with any of them.
Let's focus a bit on this one. Can you all read together what it says over here, please? Quality is my business. Quality is my business. And here? We have an artist who cannot spell so well. All the things that you do must aim at.
I joined the Jamaican Bureau of Standards many years ago, and the vacancy they had opened at that time was one for the quality control officer. But after a while I realized that there wasn't much scope for growth in an organization like that. The fact that I was a Rastafarian and the way people felt about Rastafarian, especially in government organizations. So I decided to leave the organization after 4 years and launch out on my own.
My desire is not really to go out there because I know the treatment. Whether you have education, yes or no, right? You get discriminated, people have all quality things. So to be at peace with myself and my Jah, I prefer to stay within my gates, right? And I see we are in Jah, through such a works, Jah provide for I and I eat, live, and sleep. I through I and I works, so I and I do what I and I own. Yet I still do underrate a daughter who have to go out there and do it. You see, probably that is the only way of achieving something.
It was difficult for a Rasta woman to be employed within the society. We were like castaways of the society. So we had to provide self-help projects where we could earn some money for ourselves to support ourselves and our children.
So Jah created man in his own image. In the image of Jah, he created him. Male and female, he created I and I.
From 61, I know my king, man, until now. From I and I come together as the two sons and daughters and Haile in Rastafari. And from you know is one king, man, alone. We is well married. In the sight of King Alpha and Queen Amigo, we don't have to go to the past. Because when we live as man and woman, and king and queen in King Alpha side, and it please Jah, we are welcome. Because we live forever and forever, which is one King Alpha and Queen Amigo. We well married.
The role of wife within Rastafari now is a very positive role, you know, it is, and it's the most vital role, you know, for the survival of Rastafari itself. You know, the woman, she must know her, when she knows her true worth and her true self, you know, she's a good wife. And a good wife, you know, it don't just mean to do everything, you know, she is told as it is told, because, you know, you should never do anything you cannot justify to yourself and most of all to Jah.
It is not some European fiction that people get married, or that a man has responsibility for his children and his woman, you know. What might be European about it is the extent of how the person sees themselves as property of the other, along the British lines, in terms of the woman being totally the property of the man. They are just going back to the African tradition, because in fact, woman and man grow together as a natural manifestation of what God would like. The Rasta woman is in a unique position right now in the 80s. She has reached a stage now where she's able to manifest all those dreams that maybe she's been having all this while. That she would like to be able to say things, that she would like to be able to build, to see our schools come to fruition. The Rasta man has been more concerned with the spiritual, making sure that we understand the scriptures and the prophecy. The Rastafari woman, she's fulfilling the fulfillment of Queen Omega, because Empress Menen was a total person. And this is how I think a lot of Rasta women would like to see themselves. Probably one of the most important understanding is that the woman really comes to see Jah through Jah manifestation, Son of God, the man. It's only nowadays that you will hear man and man reasoning and suggesting that maybe a daughter can come to see the fullness of Jah in our own time and through our own strength.
I recognize and acknowledge the kings of
And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God, unto his throne.
To come to the reality of the divinity of His Majesty is a very personal manifestation. You still have to go into your own meditation, your own reasoning with someone, and come to the full reality of the divinity of His Majesty. Since the scriptures tell us that there are three
Yes, please proceed. I see iPhone with a hand up. If you could proceed with your question or comment, it would be very helpful. Give thanks. iPhone 2. Yes, again, iPhone 2, if you would be kind enough to speak, ask your question. Yes, greetings and blessings again. Having a little technical problems, but nonetheless, I wanted to acknowledge and welcome our Honorable Dr. Eleanor Wint, Mama Eleanor, who has been featured in the film. She is on the Zoom. She has shared from the beginning throughout the entire film her philosophy, her reality, as a woman, and that of many others, representing the perspective of many others. And she's on board at this time, I believe, still on the Zoom. If there are any questions or comments, or Mama Eleanor, if you had anything that you'd like to share, perhaps it's an opportunity to have ones hear from you. I also saw that iPhone says iPhone 2 on my screen, so it's not very explicit, but there's a hand up. And I welcome that person to ask a question, make a comment as they so desire. Thank you. Go ahead. iPhone 2. Am I being heard? Can anyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Rastwayne, I'm hearing you.
Give thanks, Tracy. And wow, I felt like I was in a desert of just nothing, but give thanks for that. So if iPhone 2 has something to say, then I welcome it. Or Tracy and Edwards, perhaps you have something, some comments. What have you learned? How have you, your review of the film, the more recent film, and just in general, the Coronation as you have experienced it in this moment?
Okay,
Tracy,
so
give thanks. Go ahead, Tracy.
it has been, I mean, all of it is very new to me, but I have been learning a lot. For a part of it, I was not hearing very well, but I guess because I was driving home. But for the Omega film, it has been enlightening, to know how the females, I mean, hearing how they never used to come out at the beginning of being when they started to wear the locks, they weren't seen out on the street and all of that. And I understand because it's for fear of their life, I suppose. I never knew that. I mean, persons were so cruel just because of the choice persons made for their life, you know. So as I said, it's all just new to me, and I'm just listening as much as I can and trying to learn a little more about the Rastafarian movement. So far it's very enlightening, and yeah, I'm just enjoying.
Give thanks, Tracy and Edwards. I suspect that you are a student, or just probably a student for life. Beautiful.
Funny enough, I chose it's a free elective. I chose this course as a free elective. Rastafarian woman. I chose it as a free elective. Not really knowing what I was getting into. But yeah, so far so good. So far so good. Yeah.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Beautiful. And what you will recognize is that even on this platform, with only a small group, there are some powerful Rastafari women who are on the platform, and their experiences can edify, certainly can assist in clarifying and opening your eyes or your knowledge base on the Rastafari woman experience. But it's still ongoing. The movement is still emerging, it's still rising, evolving, if you will. But what we do have, and a woman can testify to this, is we have solid foundations, especially in the life example of Empress Menen Asfaw and our very early woman progenitors in the movement. So I welcome any further thoughts. I'm unafraid to call on our family to, especially in this teaching space, to impact our own collective learning. I know I hope I am still being heard. But let me call on perhaps our beloved Empress Ethiopia of the Ubuntu Rastafari Cultural Center, the Ubuntu movement, about St. Lucia, USA, but also, a woman who stands on the dignity of her own work and life, and also with her collaboration with her life partner, the Right Honorable Priest Kailash. Perhaps, Empress, if you are available to say some words. The Ubuntu Rastafari Cultural Center is a co-sponsor of this event. And certainly we want to thank you for your leadership in that space in St. Lucia, and certainly across the region, as you have made your voice heard and your work impactful on the lives of many. So if you would be kind enough, we honor your thoughts and your presentation, comments. We're looking forward to them if you would be so kind, Honorable Empress.
Blessed love, give thanks to life. Give thanks for this celebration moment. Give thanks for the crowning of His and Her Imperial Majesty. Give thanks for the even for us as a Rastafari woman, and of course for the world, woman and man, the whole world. as it really of the necessity for us to be able to get along well, and it shows the perfection of what it really means to and again it stresses along each other to just be, just embrace our nature and coexist and create and achieve great things and make a meaningful impact in the world. I give thanks for that documentary. It's actually the first time that I'm seeing it, and I'll be looking at the entire thing at another time. I'm going to just, absorb the fullness of it. But this moment, even with the crowning and everything, it symbolizes the whole necessity for the woman to really rise up and take her place, and just her position within creation, and the duty that we have to fulfill in the world. So I give thanks for the Ubuntu movement, the Ubuntu Cultural Center, which is mainly about that as well, because the woman is a foundation upon which empires have been built and will be built. And the movement symbolizes that interconnectedness that we all have as human beings, the fact that we are genuinely and truly just one people, and our actions is not just our mere simple action. It actually determines the course of the world. It determines what will be happening tomorrow on a global scale. So give thanks for this platform. Give thanks for even all of us here that's gathered together and taking a moment to really meditate in the significance of the value of this day as we celebrate the coronation anniversary every year. Honorable Rasmin, give thanks. Dr. Nia SOSACRU, give thanks for keeping this tradition alive and well. Give thanks for all of us here. Blessed Lord.
Yes, give thanks, Honorable Goddess Ethiopia. Always a joy just to hear your thoughts, have you share your ideas, but also just in the human God form to see you at work, at action, with family, with business, with representing that high value of our African woman goddesses in creation. And that is representative of all our potentials and even beyond. So we give thanks for you and your life example also. I welcome any other comments, any further thoughts. I am a little reticent to call on ones. Just in the interest of learning, I really love to hear what young people have to say, what the family has to say. So I may call on another. How about, how about...
Rasmin, while you're thinking about...
Oh, Mongania, you're forward. No, my brother. I thank you for taking this
while you're
mantle.
thinking about who you can possibly call on, I know I'm on a mobile signal, so I hope I'm coming across clearly enough.
Very clear.
But I wanted to thank Honorable Empress Ethiopia, and the film itself, because between both reflections, I now understand that some of my assessments, stroke presumptions, conclusions are really in need of updating. I took it for granted that Rastafari might even have greater appeal to males versus females. And that, I think, is a part of the bias that the culture are anchored in patriarchy might lend itself to, especially in Jamaica. I recognize Jamaica might be more so reflective. But, you know, that is such a farcical presumption. And as much as we have been on a mission to amplify the voice of the contributing women, I think you know, the conversation with women in general, not just the conversation about the contribution of women, but the conversation of women with women is something that you know, is really critical. I remarked about one of the comments in the film, and it spoke to when the Rastafari woman chooses to embrace her Rastafari self as, you know, as a serious confrontation. And you know, it all of that, you know, it just reminds us that we perhaps have not enough spoken to women and engaged women, really, in spite of everything that we are seeking to do. So that's my comment coming. And I want to thank Empress Ethiopia, because we do know that there are examples of Rastafari woman, but it's really good to see that in a contemporary and a business and professional sense. You know, it's good to see that as an interface with the wider society without compromise. And that's a particularly useful example. So yes, give thanks for all that has been said. And yeah, I look forward to hearing other comments, contributions.
Yes, my brother Bongania. It's useful at all times to hear both your thoughts, have them shared, and especially in the leaders who wouldn't still stand with their kingman and brothers and fathers and sons on this journey and mission. Any final thoughts? Any other ones? A sharing, perhaps even from one of our brothers on this, especially the film Rising, Omega Rising. It certainly was inspiring when I watched it. I had to call Mama Eleanor. I spoke to her a couple of times about my own impression of the film, and I concur with Bongonia. It is a very well-made documentary and very reflective of the realities of the 1980s. Perhaps someone can update us then, as Honorable Empress Ethiopia did in part a while ago.
Greetings. This is Gabrielle, Sister Eleanor's daughter, and I just wanted to kind of chime in here on the experience of woman over the years. We see that the fall has perpetuated this kind of second-class citizenship of the woman. And even as we watch the Rasta woman come forward in her trod through these old videos, I'm thinking of it as my life, listening to these women growing up, you know. And now, even more than that, I have a daughter, and we have been talking about how what we have been doing all this time has come to such a point that she doesn't even have to think about it. She doesn't have to worry about it. But I'm thankful that some brethren could understand and appreciate the role that they have played in maybe silencing the woman over the years and not recognizing her walk in her faith and the strength of the woman. So that now it's good that we can come together and watch this and see how powerful Rasta woman is, how powerful, we are together, come together as one. So give thanks for the session tonight.
Yes, does anyone else have anything else to add to the ISIS, to the meeting before I continue on with our showing of the coronation video?
Yeah, man, give thanks, my brother, and particularly joyful to hear Sister Gabrielle, is that the name? Gabby? And just, yeah, man, the fact is that these conversations can't be had singularly, we really need to sit man and woman together and to look at how it is we want to chart our futures. And I think increasingly we are understanding that. So give thanks for that. And young Rose, whenever you are ready, we're ready to proceed with the, I think it's the repeat of the Coronation film that you've been out showing.
Yes.
All right, so we want to thank those of you who have joined us for this celebration of the Ethiopian throne, the coronation of His Majesty. We take all of your critical comments seriously, so if you can continue to share that with us. If there are any comments about things you would like to see, to support the framework of keeping us not just informed, but, celebrating in a very consistent and sober way. All right, so thanks again. And yeah, Young Rose, it's over to you. And thank you for all of those who are present and will continue to watch going forward. Full joy, as we'd say, blessings, and enough blessing on the earth, on the Coronation, ISIS as well.
Blessed, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not sure if there's an audio issue.
Volume, Young Rose, I don't know if you
My apologies, y'all. I'm sorry, we were having small technical difficulties, but I figured it out that I wasn't sharing it with sound, so I apologize for that. Once again, I'm going to start up the coronation video, but the sound should be working. So just let me know. I'll monitor the chat a little bit more closely, and we'll be able to see if it's actually working. Okay.
25 years later, at the 25th anniversary of the royal couple on the throne. Now, colored footage is available, and the camera resolution is clearer. The red, gold, and green delights the eye. Their Majesties attend a church service for blessings.
There's no sound of you.
Rastafari is God Almighty with no apology. You know, and I'm not boasting, but we're proud to know that God black. You know, just that, we just feel brave to know that God black. And you know, and we black people, the suffering people, the first shall be the last and the last first. But I say, though we are the sufferers, today, God black, so we going to become a good people.
October 21st, 1930, the arrival of the United States delegation, including Herman Murray Jacoby, William Wright Harts, and Charles Lee Cook of the U.S. Department of State, attended by full military honors. Herman Jacoby, special envoy of President Herbert Hoover, addresses Negus Tafari with formal salutations from the U.S. President. Negus Tafari reciprocates in Amharic to the special U.S. envoy. Jacoby introduces William Wright Harts and Charles Cook to Negus Tafari. Rases and thousands of their supporters continue to march into Addis Ababa from the countryside. Herman Jacobi and General Hartz descend the palace staircase to an awaiting automobile. Envoy Jacobi and General Hartz enter the automobile with their princely Ethiopian attendants. The Negus attended to the most important foreign delegations with a personal visit prior to the coronation ceremony. Here he arrives in his automobile to visit the American mission and Special Envoy Jacobi. General Hartz converses with 14-year-old Crown Prince Asfaw. Negus Tafari and his retinue part from their visit with the U.S. envoy. Arrival of the British Special Mission. Midday on October 28, 1930, following a 2-day journey from Djibouti, a train carrying the British Special Mission arrives. The Duke of Gloucester, third son of George V, followed by Admiral Fullerton, disembark the train, and they are met personally by Negus Tafari. With all international guests present, Negus Tafari performs a quintessentially African act, that of honoring his ancestor. He unveils the newly erected statue of Emperor Menelik II, his predecessor, his mentor, and a father figure. Negus Tafari is also alerting the world that he intends to stand for the values of national unity and national sovereignty as put forward by Menelik II. After all, his coronation is at the Church of St. George. St. George is the warrior saint, and the church was built to honor the victory at the Battle of Adwa.
Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty Father. Haile Selassie
Inside St. George's Cathedral, we notice a four-post pavilion encapsulating the thrones of Emperor and Empress. More than 700 international guests and officials are in attendance. Negus Tafari and his queen emerge from the innermost sanctuary of the cathedral after breaking a night-long fasting and prayer vigil. Officiating the ceremony are Archbishop Kyrillos, Abuna Yeshak of northern Ethiopia, Abuna Sawiros of southern Ethiopia, Abuna Mikhael of central Ethiopia, Abuna Abraham of western Ethiopia, Abuna Petros of eastern Ethiopia. During the ceremony, Negus Tafari receives the 7 symbols of ancient Cushitic world authority. All symbols have been blessed by the Archbishop Kyrillos. Abuna Yeshak presents Negus Tafari with a scarlet and gold robe. Abuna Sawiros presents a gold and jewel encrusted sword. Abuna Mikhael presents the imperial scepter, fulfilling the biblical text Genesis 49:10, which states, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the lawgiver from between his feet," literally his loins, until Shiloh comes, "and the obedience of all nations of the world shall be his." Abuna Mikhael presents the golden orb with cross. Abuna Abraham and Abuna Petros approach with a diamond-encrusted ring and 2 golden lances. Archbishop Kyrillos approaches with the gold triple crown. He anoints the head, shoulder, and heart of Negus Tafari while reciting these words, "O thou devoted Lord, we beseech you to bless this crown, just as thou crownest thy servant, our Emperor Haile Selassie I, with this crown of pure gold, so crown him also with the quality of mercy."
Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first.
Negus Tafari is now the power of the Trinity. His Imperial Majesty, Kidamawe Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, Lords of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Itegi Woleti Georgis is now crowned. Abuna Sawiros places a diamond ring on her finger. 2 senior priests present her crown to the newly crowned emperor for his blessings. Her crown is then put on her head by Archbishop Kyrillos. This is the newly crowned Empress Menen. The women of Ethiopia rejoiced at her crowning. Ulating, shaking the sistrum, and chanting the words, wearing her crown she walks. Wearing her crown she walks. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen Asfaw, enters the carriage. With scepter and crown, Emperor Haile Selassie I enters the carriage to join Empress Menen.
Success must now come, 'cause we don't want a failure. Patience and grim determination, and faith in a judge. The love of man shall grow so cold, and betray one another. But Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is Earth's rightful ruler. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is Earth's rightful ruler. I am named David, from the Lion of Solomon. In judgment, cast more fire and burn down Babylon. The mountains quake before him. Jah have his way in the whirlwind. Jah have his way in the storm to keep Babylon calm. Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty Father. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty.
Perhaps the splendor of 1930 can only really be artistically appreciated by viewing footage shot 25 years later at the 25th anniversary of the royal couple on the throne. Now, colored footage is available and the camera resolution is clearer. The red, gold, and green delights the eye. Their Majesties attend a church service for blessings. And then they take a carriage tour of Addis Ababa, where joyful citizens salute them. Here we catch a timeless glimpse of their majesties' smiling faces.
The emperor's first order of business was to create an educated class of young people who could power his country forward with their intelligence and ability to adapt to new ideas in a rapidly developing world. He started with 2 schools, one for secondary students and one for university pupils.
He made education his priority. As a matter of fact, for many, many years, he could not trust anybody else. He himself was Minister of Education. For many years. He took it in, I tell you, this is why he used to come in every boarding school. He was like our father, bring fruits and so on.
እና በትምህርት በኩል በተለይም ራሳቸው ከ20 ዓመታት በላይ የትምህርት ሚኒስትርነቱን ስልጣን ይዘው አገሩን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ትምህርት ሚኒስቴርን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ብዙ የትምህርት ወጣቶች አፍርተዋል።
Today there are hundreds of secondary schools throughout the nation and over 150 colleges or universities.
So this was really something that in different subjects he was always interested in seeing, helping people and education and so on. He was the Minister of Education himself to educate all of us actually, to bring us to this level, unless we forget whatever he has done. So they are his products, I would say.
From 1855 up to 1974, yes? This is the modern history of Ethiopia. Is that clear?
Haile Selassie's crusade to create a brilliant team of young achievers helped steer his nation to where it is now.
Modern education is his legacy. The other thing is that not just education, but excellence in education.
He quickly grew local educators to replace foreigners. And here was a place to start his Pan-African leadership. In 1958, he invited 200 African students to Ethiopia to study at Haile Selassie University, now called Addis Ababa University. He wished to transfer his dream of modern education to the rest of Africa, but he also saw the need to engage others to promote Ethiopia's role on the continent. By bringing European diplomats, scholars, and tourists to Ethiopia, he also saw a way to increase his countrymen's exposure to new ideas and develop international trade partners. But he needed to make sure they appreciated his nation.
This is your first ambassador in Ethiopia.
So he turned to some of the young Ethiopians he was building his contemporary society on, including Habte Selassie Tafese.
Oh, I could see him any day. He was very kind with me.
The emperor sent him off to Germany on Ethiopian Airlines' first flight there. He came back with some ideas on tourism.
That was the first inaugural flight, Ethiopian Airlines to Frankfurt. Big deal. And in the process, the Germans were talking about tourism.
The emperor instructed him to get a tourism operation going.
The emperor called me. He said, you have to do this job. I said, Your Majesty, I know nothing about this job. He told me, try. That reward I remember. Try. It's like an order. Camouflage order. So I said, okay.
Haile Selassie was always helpful in the efforts to impress foreigners, dignitaries, or ordinary tourists.
If I go there, I tell my tourists, he said, bring them. I bring 10, 50, 30 tourists to him. He orders champagne, he orders tej, he gives them to drink. They take a picture together, take a picture with the same lion, and visit. He allowed us to visit the palace here in front. Tourists went, took pictures, I went around, look around, even his bedroom.
ታውሳለሁ ይሄ ፍንጫ ወለጋ ያለው እሱ በሚሰራበት ጊዜ ከዓለም ባንክ 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቀደ 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቅዶ ይሄን እንድናሳልፍ መጀመሪያ ብድር ሲመጣ መምሪያ ነው የሚቀርበው የህዝብ እንደራሴዎች ነው የምንቀርበው መወሰኛም አይቀርብም ቀረበልን ሲቀርብ ምን የሚሉ ጃንሆይ ጠላቶች እኮ ዛን እዚህ ኳሉ በእሳቸው በዘመን የእሳቸው ሽማምንቶች እሳቸው የሾሟቸው እኔ አሁን አንዱ ባለስልጣን መጥቶ አነጋግሮኛል ይሄ ገንዘብ ተግባር ላይ አይውልም ጃንሆይ ከሚኒስትሮቻቸው ጋር ተካፍለው ነው የሚበሉት አትቀበሉት ብሎ መጥቶ ለልፍለት እየመጡ ነገሩን እኛ ገና ህባል ሀገር ተመርጠን የመጣንን ሁሉ ነገር ያበረግገናል ጠለቅ ብለን አላወቅንም እውነት መስሎን አንቀበለው ማለት አንቀበለው ሲል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩን ወክሎ አስረጅው ነው የመጣው ታደሰ ያይቆ ይባላል አረየቶቼ እንደዚህ አይደለም ይሄ እኮ ለሀገር የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው ይሄ እኮ ለህዝብ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው ይሄ እኮ ለኢትዮጵያ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው እንዴት እንደው ዝም ብላችሁ እንደው ባንድ ጊዜ ጠለቅ ብላችሁ ነገሩ ሳትመረምሩ ይሄንን ብድር ለማግኘት እኮ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ድካም አድርጋለች ስንት ለፍታበታለች ስንት ጊዜ ተነጋግራበታለች ይሄን ለማስፈቀድ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ወጪ አድርጋ ሰራተኞቿን እየላከች ሚኒስትሮቹን እየላከች በብዙ ድካም የተገኘ ነው ባካችሁ በጥንቃቄ ተመልከቱ ጥሎ ለመኑና አይደረግም አለ ማንንም መለስ መሆናቸውን ካወቁ በኋላ ለጃንሆይ ነግረው ደብዳቤ ተጽፎ መጣልን ደብዳቤው ምንድነው የሚለው ይሄን ነገር ለማግኘት በብዙ ድካም ያደረገው የተገኘ ነው በብዙ ልፋት የተገኘ ነው ለሀገር ጠቃሚ ነውና አስቡበት እንደገና እስቲያ እዩት ብቻናት የምትለው እኔ ተናግሬያለሁ ዛን ቀን በፓርላማው ቆሜ 250 ነን ፓርላማው ከኢትዮጵያ የተመረጥ ነው እስቲ ይሄንን ምክንያት አድርገን ወሬ ሰምተን አንቀበልም ከምንል ጃንሆይ በድል አድራጊነት ከመጡ ጀምሮ እስካሁን ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ተበድራለች የተበደረቱን ገንዘብ ያምጡልን ያ ገንዘብ ደግሞ ህምን ተግባር እንደዋለ ደግሞ እንጠይቃለን መጀመሪያ ብድሩ ሲምጣልን ብለን ሐሳብ አቀረብኩ ብዙዎችም ደጋፊ አገኘው በድምጽ ብልጫ አለፈ በ7 ቀን ሰርተው አመጡ የኢትዮጵያ በጀት ታውቃለህ የዛን ጊዜ 300 ሚሊዮን የነበረ ባለሳሳት ወደ 750 ሚሊዮን እንደዚህ ብድር የተበደረው ያንን ስናይ ደግሞ አሁን ህዝቡ ደግሞ እረ ያለ ይሄ ገንዘብ ምን ገባ ጃንሆይ ጠሩና ሄርለ በሙሉ የእናንተ ጥያቄ ትክክል ነው በሉ አሁን በመንግስት ኪሳራ በአይሮፕላን ቢከርበት በአይሮፕላን በመርከብ ቢበት በመርከብ በመኪና እናንተ ተከፋፈሉና ይሄን ብድር በተመለከተ ትምህርት ቤት የተሰራበትን ሆስፒታል የተሰራበትን ተዘርዝሮ ይሰጣችሁና ሄዳችሁ እዩ ሄዳችሁ ተመልከቱ የተሰራው ሁሉ ሄዳችሁ እዩ አሉና አዘዙ ስንለያይ እዚህ ስንሄድ በሐኪም ቤቱ ስንት ክፍል እንደተሰራ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደተቀጠረ በትምህርት ቤቱ ስንት ተማሪ እንደያዘ ስንት ክፍል እንዳያለ በፋብሪካ ቤቱ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደያዘ ስንት ገንዘብ እንደወጣበት ይሄ ሁሉ ለቅመና አመተን ገንዘቡ ይወጣውንም ያለውንም ሰራተኛ የተቀጠረው ስናይ እንዲያውም ያን ገንዘብ አልበቃ ብሎ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት የተሟላ እንኳን ሊበላ እንኳን ያን ህብድር የመጣውን ሊበላ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እየደጎመ ያሰራውን ሁሉ በሂሳብ አመጣ ነው ሂደን ከይቅርታ ጋር ተቀበለናል አላቸው
After Ethiopia suffered at the hands of the Italian Air Force during the 1930s occupation, one might guess that the emperor might have wanted one of his own for defensive purposes. But he started Ethiopian Airlines for different reasons. Number one was to connect his own country, which has very difficult terrain to cross.
See, this is what I really quote the emperor's wisdom. after independence, he really wanted to modernize this country, this nation. And all the provinces were far apart. And he knew the only way to connect these provinces will not be possible by road because of the mountains and the terrain, it will be damn expensive. So he chose airplanes, and that succeeded.
He also saw the airline as a way to link Africa with Ethiopia as its center.
ጃንሆይም በስልጣን በነበሩበት ዘመን ለዚህ ለኢትዮጵያ አየር መንገድ ልዩ ትኩረት ሰጥተው ልዩ ክትትል ያረጉ በየጊዜው የሚለማበትንና የሚሻሻልበትን መንገድ ከፍተውለታል.
And that really put the nation together. Yeah? And gradually, we wanted to extend this to the rest of Africa. And also, we were very, very sure in the planning that since we are far apart from the rest of the world, we have to be independent. So we started our maintenance right away.
While the early days at Ethiopian Airlines were tough financially, the effort paid off in more ways than one.
The OE was started. There was no other flight than us connecting the nation. And I remember, I forgot the date now, IATA came up. Before IATA, every airline used to pay the tickets he wants to sell, for whatever price he wants to quote. Then IATA came, prices were regulated. All major airlines of the world were broke. Ethiopian Airlines made money.
In 2012, the company made a profit of $42 million. Connected to the rest of the world and Africa by air, Haile Selassie now became Africa's biggest champion, uniting the continent through the Organization of African Unity, or OAU. He wanted to move the continent forward in terms of trade and security to help everyone progress. He saw an opportunity to lead a post-colonial Africa from Addis Ababa, to show them how a modern, independent African nation could achieve great things.
Ethiopia has never been occupied, by the way. For 5 years, Italians say were their colonies, but they were able to monitor only the towns. All the other countryside was controlled by the freedom fighters, Arbenyot you call them. And because of that, because our independence for centuries, we felt responsible to lead the rest of Africans, you know, to come to that standard. Because they are new. They do not have actually governments like us in history.
There were 33 leaders of the African nations, which had united for the first time. And this was his luck. And he's regarded as the father of the other African nations as well.
Many of Africa's independence leaders went to the emperor for inspiration, advice, and even material support. Such men as Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, and even Nelson Mandela.
Many of them, they were really giving him recognition for what he has done. And we had like Kenyatta and many others, I mean like Nkrumah.
ዛሬ በሰፊው ይነገርላቸዋል፣ ታውቆላቸዋል። እሳቸው የአፍሪካን አንድነት ለመመስረት በዚያን ዘመን ከነበሩት መሪዎች ጋር እየተነጋገሩ እየተስማሙ በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ ላይ ከፍተኛው ስብሰባ እንዲደረግና የአፍሪካ አንድነት ቻርተሩ እንዲፈረም ያደረጉት እሳቸው ናቸው።
We had a good appreciation about Pan-Africanism, and eventually when the AU was established in 1963 and black and white television was introduced for the first time, so it was a very exciting time. So it's, the emperor, I think, kind of built in this appreciation of what was happening in the rest of the continent in our young minds.
The OAU found a home in Addis Ababa, in part because Ethiopian Airlines could bring Africa's new leaders together here. Having just celebrated its 50th anniversary and now called the African Union, the organization boasts many achievements. Achievements that would make the emperor proud. They include ending white minority rule in Southern African nations, helping to create a new nation in South Sudan, and promoting stability in Somalia. Haile Selassie took a personal interest in promoting peace between African neighbors. His airline would prove to be crucial to his ability to go to flashpoints where his diplomatic skills would achieve dramatic results.
I remember one incident, I think 1965, 66, I'm not sure of the date. Two nations were at the brink of war, Morocco and Algeria, I think. They had their troops, they are all ready. The emperor went there to the front line. We took him with the 720B. And I remember there was no jet start, a car that used the pressure to start the engine. So until the emperor negotiated, we kept one engine running for 6 hours. And we brought peace. That's what he did. Everywhere there is a problem, he used to go there with venture. And that continued, and that was what brought Africa really to what it is.
Unity is the accepted goal. We argue about means, we discuss alternative paths to the same objective, we engage in debates about techniques and tactics. But when the semantics are stripped away, there is little argument among us. We are determined to create a union of Africans. In a very real sense, our continent is unmade. It still awaits creation and its creators. It is our duty and privilege to rouse the slumbering giant of Africa, not to the nationalism of Europe of the 19th century, not to regional consciousness of a single African brotherhood bending its united efforts towards the achievement of a greater and nobler goal. Above all, we must avoid the pitfalls of tribalism. If we are divided amongst ourselves on tribal lines, we open our doors to foreign intervention and its potentially harmful consequences.
Selassie, Ethiopian, in the origin, in the beginning, who no fi hear this, Tigris and Euphrates, who no fi hear this, in your Mediterranean, in the mini.
Yes, give thanks and blessed love family. Give thanks for the 13 that stays with I and I, really. I see iPhone 2 still has a hand up, but in this hour, I pray one's cups are filled, they're full to the brim, and perhaps running over. If there are any final thoughts, comments, questions, the window is open for a brief time. I would engage those questions, those comments, those thoughts at this time. And then I bid the family well for the coronation, Iowa, as I move toward the next and the new, the becoming or the being members of a new race. Family, any questions? Any comments? No? Tobias? Adisu? Jonathan? Honorable Empress? Honorable Empress Ethiopia? Tracy Ann? Nakisha?
Listen.
Blessed. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Just a love and a joy, family. If there are no questions or comments, then let I, man, in humility, offer these words of closing, invoking the guidance and direction from our ancient being, the Almighty from within, our ancestors, and all the positive energies that have brought us to this point in our reality. I pray that all of I and I are prepared then to move forward in strength, in confidence, in knowledge of self and history, knowing that the journey is one of goodness if we but embrace goodness, knowing that it is one of one humanity doing the right things for the progress of humanity, and that all of I and I as individuals in this moment have a role to play in making our humanity just, verdant, peaceful, and certainly progressive. These mercies I then ask through the power of their divine majesties, Kadamawe Haile Selassie I, and his royal consort, the Right Honorable Empress Menen Asfaw. Blessed love, family, be well. Be guided then by your own goodness towards righteousness. Blessed love. Rastafari, love and honor. Family, be well. We'll talk again. Students, for those who are still interested in another viewing of this, reach forward to your professors or to the SOSACRU family. It is SOSACRU@gmail.com. I'm sorry. It's SOSACRU, that's SOSACRU@gmail.com. You could link forward and we'll make organize a forum for you to have access to this. Blessed love, guidance, protection, love to the family, Honorable Priest Kailash. Blessed love, my brother. I really look forward to hearing some wise sounds from you, but I know there is an meditation, coronation love then, and blessing love to everyone on this, all the family. Give thanks. Going, beautiful love.